Welcome again. As you know, this is a conference entitled Promoting Collaboration for a Sustainable and Circular Bioeconomy. And we're organizing it as part of the Circle project, which is led by the Baltic Studies Center. My name is Anda Adamson-Fiskovic. I'm a senior researcher at the Baltic Studies Center, and we'll be trying to moderate this conference along the day. Some things that I wanted to tell in advance from my side, aside from being a project final conference, it's also a side event of the World Circular Economy Forum. So we wanted to give a bit of a scope to this event. And also we decided that we don't want to be this event only a presentation from the Circle project, but also we invited speakers from the different countries around the Baltic-Nordic region to also share their additional insights on the topic, so that we make this a platform for more interactive and more broader discussion around the circular use of bioresources. The recording is on. The presentation program, I hope you have all received it, but I can remind you that it will last until almost 5 o'clock in the evening, but feel free to join the sessions that are of most interest to you. But of course, you're most welcome to stay for the whole duration of the event. We'll have 2 brief stretch breaks around 11 and before 3 o'clock. And an hour break in between. We'll have some session some slots, and each presentation is given 15 minutes with 5 minutes per presentation for questions and answers. So please be engaged and note your questions, and either put them in the chat or feel free to raise hand, and let's make it an interactive event, not like one-to-one, one-way street, but that we have a discussion here as well. And we'll have 2 brief panel debates after the first half of the conference, before the lunch break, and towards the end of the conference. So we'll try to have a more joint discussion among the panelists as well. So I think that's it on my side, and now I pass the floor to Talis Tisenkopfs, senior researcher and board member of the Baltic Studies Center, the leader of the Circle project, to tell a bit more about the context of the project and the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Anda. My name is Talis Tisenkopfs. I'm a project coordinator from the Baltic Studies Center. Let me show my few slides. This is an end of Circle project after 2.5 years, but briefly looking back, I found my research small A format research diary. Looks like this.
Talis, sorry, can you put it in full screen mode? Full screen mode? Yes, please.
Yes, like this. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
My diary, it started 12th of June 2019 and ends 17th of September 2019. I opened page 18. It's 26th of June 19 in Trondheim, when I met Egil Peter from Ruralis, and we discussed would it be a good idea to start a project to develop a proposal for promoting circular economy across agriculture, forestry, aquaculture. And I'm quoting now our notes from that discussion. In Norway could be offshore salmon production, in Latvia inland aquaculture, in both countries forestry. We could look at several levels of analysis: sectoral, municipal and territorial, enterprise and farm level. Analytical dimensions and research questions could be: what are cases, pathways and breakthroughs in circular resource use? What are supportive institutional arrangements, social arrangements? What are enabling policies? For example, in forest sector, why not to look at fiber, carbon, clothing, timber, raw material, energy, then perhaps to compare low value added and higher value added forest product, improving value added in circular economy related to climate change or reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. In agriculture, for example, in Norway, manure for biogas from salmon production. The subjects of studies, thresholds and synergies, examples of links between sectors to map value chains of circular economy. Are there evidences of circular economy? Why there is no cooperation enough among the sectors? How to improve? Keep it as pure a research project with some elements of participatory research. The cases, we discussed cases, the showcases, and the next steps, we decided let's draft a 2-page outline and check that the application timing. So that's how the project started. And now we are towards the end. Our project is called Circle and Brief, Promoting Collaboration for Sustainable and Circular Use of Bioresource. The project, which started as, I think, kind of purely social science, evolved as multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, so with participation of 5 research organizations representing social science, economic disciplines, environmental science, philosophy and sociology, political science. We involved Baltic Study Centers, RE from Latvia, Estonian Life South University, Vilnius University worked together in an interdisciplinary team focusing on circular use of bioresources, bioproducts and waste within agriculture, aquaculture and forestry and across these sectors. And our key intention was to understand the underlying drivers, the underlying circular business models and different kind of collaborations. So during this project years, we did a lot of activities, conceptualizing, media analysis, how do media cover these topics in 4 countries. We developed a database of 150 initiatives of circular bioresource use, studied in-depthly 12 case studies or companies, conducted interviews with consumers, organized focus groups with stakeholders. And then we looked into the future through scenario workshop method. We also organized study tours, visiting, writing retreats, of course, deliverables. And now we are at the stage of finalization, and this conference is part of that, but we also are progressing with a number of research papers, and some of them will be presented at this conference. So I want to thank all for interest in Circle project, but more importantly in the topic of circular bioeconomy, and I hope that will be an interesting day, enriching day, and good luck to all of us. And with that, I stop sharing and pass back floor to Anda.
Yes, thank you, Talis, for this introduction. I hope this gives a bit of a context of today's presentations as they evolve. Before we go to the next speaker, I just wanted to remind everyone, please, if you could keep your mics muted while the presentations are ongoing, but of course you're feel free to unmute them again for the discussion and question sessions. So thank you. And now we move to Aivars Lapins from the OECD and the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Latvia with the title of the presentation, How to Ensure Better Interaction of Policy Domains for the Circularity of Bioresources. So Aivars, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I'll try to share my screen now. I hope that goes well. Great, okay. So cool to see people. We have been crossing our ways over years, Talis and Aivars and Aivars and many others. So, and Mikelis. Anyway, really, I was excited in the sense that when I realized what I have agreed to this morning to talk to you about in this very, very brief introductory sort of speech from my side and presentation, I thought, oh my God, what I have agreed to. This is terrible. What do I know about this? But then after all, when I was, because I had participated in one or two events of this project, so as observer and participant, then I thought, well, no, it's not that bad. And so let me just touch upon some of these elements, and I think I'll be brief, maybe that I will be even economizing my time. So I just made one slide for you to sort of consider what I had myself in my mind, and just to remind. So currently I'm representing Latvia in OECD in Agriculture and Fisheries Committee here in Paris, but also I'm participating in quite a number of other networks and groups that intercept between agriculture, environment, rural development, research, innovation, digital technologies, digitalization, many aspects, trade. So just to mention a few, and I'm happy to see that from the program and also in the project. I mean, when it comes to research, this is really sort of cross sectoral or cross discipline as well. We have quite a wide spectrum of you guys representing different parts of science and research. But here is the list of my sort of take in and takeaways. So one is that we have to understand, I think, in all this circularity, because we're talking about circles. So there are different actors in the circle, and we have to understand each other, but also understand from the outset the values, the different context and objectives of each one of us, though. So players, even if you look narrowly into, when you do the research, I believe it's the same kind of thing, because if you're, for instance, coming from the microbiology side, then in difference to when you are doing research in forestry or in production of fish or production of wheat or production of tomato or whatever, these are different contexts, the context, and so we have to really listen to each other. The next thing is that I think is really universal, but I can't really sort of tell too much to overemphasize it, and it is to have win-win situations, because if you are in a circular process, if you're doing something circular, the circle will break if in the long run you have somebody who's just winning and somebody who's just losing. Somebody who's just losing will go out of that circle and the circle is broken. So I'm generalizing it a bit, but I think it is really important to understand. So just like, to give you an example of, for instance, if you're doing a biomass, and then if only those who are collecting a biomass are making good money, but not those who are producing energy from that, and then they have not made the solutions in order to benefit, to make a profit also on the side of the business of producing some other products from that heat, well, it is not very sustainable. The next thing is, Talis, you mentioned a lot about this whole idea about researchers coming together. I think it's good, that research across disciplines has to come together. It has come. This is not, I guess, not the only project worldwide, not only project EU or European scale, but it is a good one in sense of that. We have to see what researchers have to offer, what ideas are there. But then at the end of the day, it's really business. It's a business that has to be on board, because, as I would say, they really implement it for real. So we can have different ideas. Even myself, like policymaker, I'm working for the government, so I can have a lot of ideas, like crazy, good ideas, bad ideas, whatever. If there is no business who will then take it up and who'll be happy to work in that environment we are creating. It doesn't make any sense. Next, I also saw, and then I was realizing that in the program later on you will have presentations about consumers, and indeed, without even looking at that, yesterday night I put this point about consumers being aware, because at the end of the day, it's not only those actors in the circular economy, but also the perception of consumers. So let me give you one private example. In my own municipality in Latvia, they started collecting as if sorted waste, and when these containers arrived, there was a very detailed description about like what you can do and what you cannot. And besides, if you put some unallowed waste in that container, you'll be faced penalty. And I was a bit like, oh my gosh, what is this? And I wrote to my local mayor saying, look, if you want to do a sustainable solution, do like people do here in France. I mean, I put in two simple containers. You know, one is unsorted waste and the other one is just all of the packaging, whatever. And then I put the glass somewhere else. So 3 categories, simple. But then if you have to sort it out and you have to be, you know, worried and everything. So I'm as an end consumer, I'm not participating that well in that circular process. You see what I mean? And then it raises the cost as well in some parts. So again, it's about win-win. It's about everybody being happy. Now, next on realistic targets and regulations, I think sometimes when we have some good ideas, we actually, in short run, we can't do that without regulations. I truly believe, and also incentives, public incentives, which are important then. I mean, when it comes to regulations imposed by legislators, but they have to be realistic as well. So we can't, you know, when it comes to research, I think it's a great help. So, and again, another example from Sweden, I do remember that our partners there in Sweden a long time ago, when they were setting the limits for cadmium and other heavy metals in sewage sludge, they were saying, well, first we have the facts about where do we stand, and then we see how far can we go. So what is realistic? We don't impose regulation that is not implementable. So I think therefore the link between the science, the research, and practitioners' business is very, very important to have it fact-based. And the last 2 points is to put it in very brief, is to think outside boxes. So there, I think it's a highly relevant investment from researchers, because the researchers often think outside the box. It doesn't so often maybe happen in policy making. And the last is when we do something, it is also to do a sort of continuous, maybe continuous is a very strong word, of course. It depends on how much can you afford and everything, but in another terms, so follow up, what have you done to understand what has worked well, what was not. And again, here too, I think there is a context. Back into research, as I see from today's program, I'm a bit of a nearly lonely beast from policy making. There are a lot of researchers here I see on the screen, and so here I would nearly end by just saying that I also liked Talis saying that there should be publications, there should be research papers made, and here I can't again stress too much the fact that to say a few words about the OECD as an example, which is as my friend Andris Miglos told me once, this is the best world's best university for policy makers, high ranked sort of club of people coming together. And why I'm saying this is because I think for organizations like OECD and other United Nations organizations to take these things up from you guys is really, you have to have cited in a particular peer-reviewed publications about the work, that valuable work you've done. So I think I really encourage you as well to do that, because then your impact of your work that you have done in this project as well will be good. And I guess that in next phase there will be then also regulators, policymakers, business, and NGOs involved in this whole process about how to make circular bioeconomy for more real. Where I could maybe say that for Talis key speech, I would be a little more optimistic about on statements about like nothing really happens or there's no cooperation. I think that there are good things that are happening there. I think business also knows what they're doing, but we can show also other ways we can cooperate with them. We have to talk to each other, and then we find these win-wins. So I leave it here, and thanks very much for inviting. I really feel privileged to give you this introductory speech, and I really wish you all the best for today's meeting, and hope to have recording later on to look at whenever so appropriate would be great. Okay. Thank you very much, friends among others and colleagues, and wish you all the best for today. Thank you.
Many thanks, Aivars, for your introduction. I think this gives a sort of a more international perspective to the topic. If there are any questions from the audience, please feel free to raise hand or put them in the chat. Meanwhile, I just wanted to ask, maybe as an OECD representative, do you feel that there is not only, as we are saying, interdisciplinary collaboration and collaboration between companies in the circular use of bioresources, do you feel that there is also cross national, so to speak, international collaboration with regard to these issues? What is your experience in OECD context?
Oh, well, I'm as a national delegate, I can say it's in fact really peculiar because in this organization we have, first of all, the budget is 600 million a year. Okay, so purely for analyzing how to live better, if I put it in simplistic terms, so it's quite a sizable organization. But what's interesting is that when it comes to cooperating between silos, I think there's really great challenge, because when it comes to circular bioeconomy, it will fit into several different domains and directions of the OECD's work, but also for government departments, because it's mainly government departments which are represented here, but also quite a few of business organizations. There is business at OECD, for instance, as well. So where the business is directly represented in OECD in different committees. But this whole circularity is really going across so many formats in this organization that I think I see it really challenging but necessary to continue also in this organization. This could be valuable input to do, for instance, what analysts of OECD and people who are involved in preparing different products that are mainly reports. Okay, so you mainly have like analysis. And then it's either literature analysis, literature review across the globe, or then these are different kind of think tanks and also maybe even legal instruments which are not sort of directly legally binding, but which are, for instance, recommendations. So I couldn't exclude that maybe at one point of time, not only climate, which is very high on agenda of this organization, but also circular economy, circular bioeconomies would become a part of the work program. But again, speaking about challenges, it's really interesting because it concerns so many sort of more like sectorally organized matters that are subdivided in different tiers, different levels and different streams. And how to make these streams work together, it's actually a challenge even for this organization, I can tell you. I mean, both for governments of all of the 38 members that are here, including US and Australia and Canada and Japan and Korea and everything, but also in the Secretariat. So I hope I have at least partially reacted and answered to your question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Aivars. If there are any further questions to you, I thank you for the time that you devoted to coming to the event. I hope you will be able to stay at least for some part of the event and also maybe participate in the later debate. But for now I give the floor now to my colleague at the Baltic Studies Center, Mikelis Grivins, senior researcher, and he'll present some of the results from the Circle project under the title of Factors Enabling and Hampering Circular Business Models. So, Mikelis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you for this possibility to present some of the circular results And also, I just wanted to say that I cannot speak for 15 minutes with just one slide, so I have made a lot of slides. But just in case, if you feel that I'm exceeding my time, I would appreciate if you could poke me and sort of let me know that I'm on my way to exceed what I have been given. Also, I was happy to hear that I'm not the only one who agrees to give presentations on even themes that I know very well, but then later on start to think, well, what have I gotten myself into? Luckily, this is not one of those cases. I feel fairly confident about what I have to present. As Anda already said, I have to present factors that are enabling and hampering circular business models. I have this particular presentation have been prepared by myself, and also most of the second part of the presentation hasn't been presented to any of my colleagues. But everything else and the data and the debates that I have had that have been deeply affected by all the Circle team, and hence I list all of the co-authors here. So yeah, originally what I'm going to present, I know that you are not acquainted with the Circle work package description, but basically one of the core things that we did and the core work package that we had was to discuss business models trying to implement circular solutions. And we have done it very successfully, and we have proposed, we have delivered a document describing these, and we have also presented on a number of occasions the results of our research inquiry. But quite often, I think I have thought to myself that one of the findings that we have realized is that the sector of business models, or the business models, are very diverse, and it's really, we have struggled to really talk about in one way, or sort of to capture the diversity we have there under one roof. And this has been my sort of attempt since we gotten the results to find a better way how to actually maybe present a more coherent perspective on what we see in the field. And therefore, I'm not talking anymore about the key questions that we posed in Circle project, which were of what structural arrangements guide the circular business models, because we just noticed that there are such a tremendous diversity once we start to talk about these arrangements, and when we talk about different, when we use business model canvas to analyze these arrangements. Instead, I am presenting one of the key perspectives that we have identified, namely looking at enterprises that are introducing circularity into otherwise linear business models, and looking at enterprises that are making the circular use of resources the core of their business. And I'm asking basically two questions: how is this link or stack up to broader transition into in the entrepreneurial systems, or and no, not all, but and what barriers these enterprises are facing. Very quickly, since I'm the first to talk about what we have done, unfortunately, I have to also spend my time on talking about methodology. Not because I don't like the methodology, but because it takes usually a lot of time to sort of present what exactly we have been doing. So basically, we have been working with case studies when we are talking about business models, and we have been looking at how, as well, obviously, how business models are linked to circular practices. More particularly, we have been looking at enterprises that have a functional sort of strategy on how to engage what's happening in the markets, and are linking this particular sort of their entrepreneurial vision with bioresource that they are part of closing. This approach has a lot of questions and a lot of potential debates on where it maybe falls short, or maybe what are the strong sides of that. And we have had these debates already, and I don't think that this is the place to have them. I just want to say that we realize that there are sort of weaknesses and strong sides of our chosen approach. And also, since very early we realized that the sector we are, so what we are dealing with is bioresources, and how the bioresources are used, we realize that it's a very diverse sector. We also sort of very early realized that we need some additional criteria just to ensure that we are capturing these diversities that are can be observed in the sector. and therefore we introduced additional criteria for how we are selecting these cases. And we were looking at scope, we were looking at target markets where these enterprises are operating. We were also trying to select, depending on are they mainly focused on business to business or business to consumers, what type of bio-research. So I said that already, I think. So we had this diversity in mind. However, I also have to acknowledge that while having this diversity sort of very closely observed, in reality, sometimes you are forced to sort of look at where you can actually get data. And this doesn't mean that we haven't really achieved a diverse set of examples, but rather that sometimes we have to sacrifice maybe one or two of these criteria just to make sure that we have a description of enterprises, because some of the data that we were trying to collect was sensitive, and not all of the enterprises were willing to sort of open up and then sort of show what exactly they are doing. Our intention in the proposal, and that we have seen through, was to collect 12 cases. We were 4 countries that were collaborating in the project, namely Norway, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, and we were aiming to collect 3 cases from each country. And we were calling these basically not so much business models, but circular business initiatives that we were engaging with. And basically we managed to have initiatives that are representing forestry, agriculture, also some enterprise working with food industry, then fisheries, and some of them were sort of, if we are looking at technologies employed, some of them were sort of engaging with these very low-tech solutions, but then some others were really looking for different high-tech approach and how they can benefit from the technologies that are currently being developed. And for the data collection, we were trying to sort of have a very broad engagement with the data that might affect this particular enterprise. So we were collecting something on the context, namely we were using STEEP, for those of you who are aware of the method. Or we were also using business model canvas, because we found that that's a very convenient way to describe what's happening within an enterprise. And also then we were trying to draw the structural arrangements sort of that represented how the enterprise is set up. So yeah, a lot of data and quite comprehensive reports coming out of that. And then the short task that we had was how to make sense of it all. And that, I suppose, was one of the more challenging issues that we had to face. And as I said, I'm not presenting the broader report that we produced, but rather one particular aspect that has emerged later on that has been bothering me since we have gotten data. Namely, what we observed relatively early is that one way how we can actually divide between these very different business models we observe is by setting aside enterprises that are in general linear, but then they have decided that engaging with some circular practices actually is a good business. And then they have introduced an aspect of these circular solutions. But to be honest, that doesn't change a lot their general business model. Sort of they are functioning as they were. They just now have an additional leg, if you may, that sort of just supports how they are doing things. And on the other hand, you have these business models that actually have found either very innovative solution for byproducts, or have identified that one particular place or location across the supply chain can be filled with an enterprise that is engaged in circular resource use. And then they sort of take up this position or adopt this technology and try to use it just to develop a completely novel enterprise. And what we realized very early was that these enterprises have very different challenges. They operate very differently, and we can pose very different expectations towards them. But we were, well, at least I was struggling a little on how to actually present this diversity between the two types of enterprises. And recently I came across this classification of barriers developed by Deutschland's Circular Economy Initiative. And this is not very innovative, but it's sort of because these barriers are sort of some things that you can find almost when anybody talk about business initiatives. but I think they did a good job in describing them in the context of circularity. Unfortunately, that was not bioresource circularity, but I tried to align it with bioresource. And basically, well, sorry for the numbering. I tried to keep their order of the barriers, but also add some perspective on how they could be perceived as two types of barriers. Namely, there are some things that's happening outside of enterprise, which is regulatory, financial, consumption-related barriers and technical barriers. And then there's something that's happening within an enterprise, which are organizational barriers and, well, value chain, not so particular, but how they are presenting it's sort of, they are very much seeing enterprise as an active actor of this value chain. So, and from the remaining slides are basically my attempt to classify these two types based on these 6 different barriers that we have observed. If we look at the regulatory barriers, we will see that basically the key issues that we can face are the same. Sort of there's some legislation lacking on waste, there's some standards lacking on the waste. But then when you look at these enterprises that are explicitly focused on circular solutions, basically they have this one additional aspect because they are very much focusing on developing this new product. They are also often dependent on. Sorry, was it meant to me or was it meant to somebody else? Okay, I will interpret this silence that I maybe have a couple of minutes left. What we realized is that these enterprises that are focused on just circular solutions, they quite often are developing completely new products, and then they sort of need to get the recognition for these products and need to build a recognition not just among regulatory institutions, but also about their around their partners. And that sort of puts an additional barriers that isn't characteristic to this other group of enterprises. Regarding financial barriers, we see that basically, again, both of these cases, especially if you go into high-tech solutions, they require, they are very finance intensive, sort of they require substantial amounts of funds. What we observe in these enterprises that are integrating circular solutions is that quite often they are not so keen in actually penetrating the market, but rather they are using this circular solution to improve their resilience. And thus they are not so dependent on return on investment and mitigating all the risks related to markets. However, if we look at this other group of circular solutions, they are not only sort of forced to think about their own investments on how they are making this work, but also they often have to think about what market is doing and how it is sort of restructured so that it could work with this novel product that has been introduced by the enterprise. And consequently, these investments required might be higher than in the other case. Organizational barriers, both of these types of enterprise we see from our case that face quite substantial organizational barriers. In the case of enterprises that are integrating these circular solutions, they are often locked in already in particular technological pathways. So they have to rethink how they are organized, and maybe sometimes these investments exceeds just the direct investments in the technologies, but also they have to replace some of the technologies that they have already. And also they might have hesitant corporate culture because they sort of have already entrepreneurs, they have maybe investors, they might not entrepreneurs, but employees. And so they might not be very open to these new solutions, which might put some additional pressure on them. On the other hand, the other group, yeah, it's confusing if somebody is also talking. This other type of enterprise, they might be struggling with the fact that actually there are not so many good examples on how to do that, and they have to develop everything from scratch. And often it's not just creating their own enterprise, they sort of have to expand this vision of what this organization looks like. It's not just them, but also a supply chain surrounding them. Related to consumption-related barriers, what we observed that most of these enterprises actually, or some of them are working with consumers, but most of them are focused on business to business. And of course, there are solution challenge because they are competing with conventionally produced alternatives often. But still, this might not be presented so relevant through the cases that we analyzed. With that being said, a small caveat here is that while these enterprises that are integrating circular solutions within the borders of existing solutions, they, as I said, they quite often choose not to penetrate markets, and thus they are not so dependent on what actually consumers think. And then the final two barriers, value chain barriers, again, there are some similarities, like both of them face market incentives. Both of them feel maybe report that it's not always accepted and not always transparent of how these products could be accepted. But again, we have to take in consideration that often this first group of enterprises, they are choosing not to penetrate the market, so they are feeling this less intensely, these challenges. However, if you look at this other type of enterprises, they have additional set of challenges here that they have to face. Firstly, that they have to sort of not just work with their own organization, but they have to make sure that also the value chain changes and that there is this network supporting them. Also, what we observe that because they sort of need a regular demonstrate that they are efficient, they also need a stable flow of resources, of production resources, and that makes them dependent on suppliers, and often these relations are unequal, and it's hard to predict whether they will receive the amount of resources that they need. And also, not always there is this willingness to collaborate around circular solutions. Yeah, and finally, the technical barriers. So in both cases, enterprise reported that maybe some technical assistance would have been helpful, but also in both cases, they reported that they have developed their own technical experience. And also what's interesting that most of these enterprises said that they would want to at some point maybe sell their experience and maybe make this an additional revenue stream. But for these enterprises that are focusing on making circular solutions their own business models, what we observe that there is a long duration between once the idea is envisioned and once you can actually say that you have the functional technologies and functional models that allows you to make profits, and thus there is this long period in between where you are just forced to sort of develop and think and retest the solutions that you have. Consequently, I think it's fairly obvious that the enterprises that are trying to make circularity as business models have more barriers than those that are integrating circularity within existing enterprise. So I don't think that it would surprise you much. Rather, so the question is why we should think about it and why it's important. And this is my last slide, trying to illustrate why I think it might be important, why we should talk about this. And namely, there are one side that I'm not presenting the full SWOT that I have developed, just strengths and weaknesses for the two types of enterprises. And if you look at those that are integrating circularity into an existing enterprise, their strength from the barriers that we have discussed is, and also from the data that we have collected, is that they are lot more easygoing regarding the profit, so they are not always necessarily motivated by commercial opportunities, and thus they are not so much dependent on the fact that their solutions work. They are sort of also they have managed to cut costs somewhere with this, that they are not going into market, they are avoiding the marketing cost and the costs related to logistics. So and because they are integrating these solutions within an enterprise that's already well functioning, they have a stable access to ingredients. With that being said, so there are some weaknesses emerging from these strengths and from the barriers that were presented. Well, as I said, they are not necessarily motivated by commercial opportunities, but they are also not necessarily motivated by environmental concerns. And what we see sort of, it might be good maybe to conduct some more post factum assessments on how environmentally friendly these solutions are, because quite often it seems that maybe these are not the best solutions, neither economically, nor environmentally. Also, we see that they are focused on ready-made solutions, which often, again, doesn't correspond the best that would locally, so best solutions that would locally work in the best way. They are just going with what's already there. And they are not so keen to maybe find the best way how to add value to the residues they have. They are just sort of ticking the box that they are doing that, but not really exploring various options. Consequently, sort of, while this group of enterprises is engaging with these practices, we wouldn't say that this is necessarily the best way how to do it. And maybe in some cases, the circularity might be just sort of, I'm not sure what would be the best way to describe it, but they are just circular coating what they are doing, but it's not so circular and not so environmentally friendly. Then on the other hand, the other type of enterprises, they are open to, so their strength is that they are very open to explore innovative use of residues. They have high potential of new materials developed, new solutions developed. But then looking at their weakness, their commercial interests are very highly important, and thus they quite often can outcompete any other interest that there might be, namely mainly environmental interests. Also, quite often we see, and not quite often, but all of the cases that we consider, there are some conventional alternatives that usually is cheaper, and they sort of, these enterprises are struggling to sort of show why their circular solution is actually better. Also, because they are so, because these solutions occur in networks, they are very network dependent. And if the partners step out or decide that they are not, that's not what they would want to do, then these enterprises are exposed to new challenges. And also because these solutions are often very investment intensive, entrepreneurs engaging with the solutions are very dependent on these investors, which means that investors can, to some extent, show or impose how exactly the things should be done, which is not necessarily always favoring environmentally friendly solutions. And finally, these enterprises have to put efficiency above other factors, which might, again, not really favor sometimes environmentally friendly solutions. With that being said, this is, I think, my final slide. Yes, thank you. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mikael. I allowed you 1 more minute to pass because I think there's a lot of information that you provided, and thanks a lot for the insights. Maybe one question, if we still have 1 minute, and I don't see any hands raised at the moment. But do you see if these two models are sort of mutually exclusive, or there are some options that you can move from one to the other, or vice versa? Do you have any observations in that regard?
I think definitely you can move and do very many things, and that's sort of one part of, or one weakness of our methodology, because what we observe from these enterprises that I claim that are integrating circular solutions, quite often it was really hard to untangle the legal relations between these, behind this enterprise. But it might have been that actually, while the relations between the solution and the enterprise were very strong, actually these have been two separate entities for the bookkeeping purposes. And so legally already, that's very shady how these relations are organized and who is where. It's more sort of how you are organizing and what in how I approach this case. But then I imagine that if a solution becomes very efficient and very prominent in these standalone enterprises, then it can be easily adopted by enterprises that are doing circular, linear business, or implementing linear business models, and they can sort of easily take it over. Or enterprises that are doing linear, if they realize that actually they have something better on their hands, they could actually decide to make a standalone enterprise that do something more. So I don't think that these are mutually exclusive in time. This is more like academic structures that are employed to make better sense of data.
Sure, yeah. Okay, thanks a lot. I see that we're now out of the time for your presentation, but anyways, if there are any further questions from the audience, please feel free to add them in the chat. And thank you again. And now I pass the floor to our circle colleague from the Estonian University of Life Sciences, Kadi Kenk, on the topic of no such thing as waste in primary food sector. So Kadi, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Kadi, and I have the honor today to present the study that I've been working jointly with our co-authors named also on this slide that we did in the framework of the Circle project. And yes, like Anders said, the name of my presentation is No Such Thing as Waste in Primary Food Sector. However, our research started with the working title Byproduct and End of Waste Technologies, Policy Implications and Management Decision Triggers for Sustainable and Circular Use of Bioresources Across Agriculture, Forestry and Aquaculture. And why I'm pointing out this name is because you can see that we've already been more efficient with resource use by having a much shorter and perhaps more curiosity-raising headline for a topic that requires to be researched further. Because the project Circle was aimed to contribute to enhancing innovative solutions for efficient and sustainable use of resources. And with the focus on also byproducts and waste in agriculture, forestry, and aquaculture, the primary production phase. So I will be talking about how we came to narrowing down our title to a much easier to swallow, excuse me the pun, where as this headline tries to take into its meaning everything that relates to byproduct and waste management in a way that could be valorized in a best possible way in these sectors, regardless or thanks to policy and technologies that are influencing management decisions in this sector. So the problem that we are trying to solve, or the problem that where we are putting our emphasis on, is that the EU is aiming to double its resource use. Circular material use rate is the unit that we're you call for this, by 2030. And this picture is made at the conference where I presented the abstract of the same article, which research I'm currently presenting. It's important to point out that the EU is nowhere near reaching its target. It's a non-binding target, but it is an important target that it has set it to itself because we are trying to solve our food security and climate change and biodiversity loss problem through smarter material use. And we are nowhere near meeting this. And knowing that fossil fuels and biomass account for the highest share of the material environmental footprint, then the absence of knowing exactly where the biomass loss is happening and how it could be improved is a major setback in meeting these targets. If we don't know where our problems are, then we're not really managing them. So the three bioeconomy sectors, the aquaculture, forestry, and agriculture, are part of food systems that give us an opportunity to investigate bioresource use for the benefit of safe and sustainable food systems, and particularly then in the primary production of food. It's an area not much investigated. We are mostly told about how food waste happens at households, in retail, in production, but as in production in general, there is very little data about how natural resources are really used. So what is the reality of biomass use in primary production? What I'm showing you right now is the most commonly used circular economy diagram from Ellen MacArthur Foundation that illustrates how bioresources can be circled back into the soil, which is the preferred goal or final goal of any bioresource. But if you follow this wing, if you're familiar with Ellen MacArthur Foundation's diagram of circular economy, it's called the butterfly diagram because it has two wings. What I have done is remove the technological cycle from the right, left only this one wing. So if you're following this one wing, then you'll see that there's this assumption that throughout the production process, everything that we grow turns into a product. And then the question and the leakage from circular economy is when this product ends up as waste, and then that waste ends up being either landfilled or recovered as energy through incineration. And this is the leakage that normally we are used to hearing and learning more about how to reach circular economy. However, the less emphasis is put on prioritizing the level of how we valorize the bio waste in the production phase. And it's probably discarded because companies and producers are expected, or dare I say, assumed to be efficient by default up to the stage of producing products. But as we all know, or if you don't, then allow me to enlighten you, where assuming gets us is really making an ass out of ourselves, you and me. I love this example because it allows me to bring our rather theoretical topic back into the context of where we're really coming from, the natural environment, where everything has a meaning and value and the final journey that usually starts a new cycle. So what assuming gives us is thinking that everything is efficient up to the point where the first speaker was pointing out the end consumers' waste behavior. This is where we start actually collecting data about assuming this is where actual waste happens. But there's so much more in the production phase. So let's not assume. Thus, what has happened is that we've hypothesized that we have actually several hypotheses that we know that in the course of food production, there are leftover materials that are not the primary goal of this production. And I'm knowingly not using the word waste because this word has very serious consequences. I liked how Mikelis in the earlier was also already introducing you to the concept of residue material. So our hypothesis is that waste status matters in supporting or hindering the material circulation in the primary food production sector. A framework, a certain procedure or incentives are needed to support the cascading use of bioresources, meaning finding better uses, better valorization, and also assuming the human factor, that if top managers are aware of business benefits that circular economy principles bring, then the decision-making processes would be set in line in the companies with the circular economy principles, and that would end up with bioresources being kept in circulation and valorized in their highest possible condition or value. So trying to overcome some of these obstacles, what the deep analysis that Mikelis earlier was introducing were presented. So the project allowed us to look at 120 case studies in brief from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Norway. 12 cases from different companies in depth from all the countries. And finally, we got 6 cases of use of the biomass that could be identified as waste or byproduct to explore the practice of how they are being valorized and what are the incentives in these companies to do so. We covered animal husbandry, cereal production, fish processing, and very improved food processing. And it's interesting in itself already why we have so few examples if we started from 120, because the already earlier mentioned networking and the need for collaborative networks is so embedded into circular practices, and also circular agriculture just makes use of all the bioresources usually in a holistic manner without having a management system. There is no particular byproduct or waste that could be really pointed out that would stand out to analyze on its own. But we really wanted to have clear a certain pure case study to look at this particular bioresource and how it's circulating and how decisions have been made for the circulation. So the 120 initially analyzed cases illustrated that the successful attempt for waste or byproduct valorization requires a collective effort, and often not only from one company but several, and not only throughout the process and different processes, but different even sectors. So only a few cases illustrate the kind of primary production phase, how everything can be narrowed down to a singular practice. But before I continue, it is important to highlight why it's so relevant to talk about terminology. I know I'm jumping back a little bit, but this might be the place where you will be curious already about understanding the waste and byproduct and why we're using residues. So the relevance of our research was that we claim that once something becomes waste, it's harder to valorize this because waste has a very specific legal term. It's pointed out here in the table. You're not supposed to, you don't have to read it as such. You can look into it later on, but just to point out that we were trying to look at the meaning of waste, and from its legal perspective, you could argue that it's much more complicated to valorize waste than it would be to valorize bioresource. And our initial headline was so long because we were thinking there might be a bypass of not mentioning that there is such thing as waste, but maybe everything is a byproduct that was not meant to be the initial product. But then it's also important to look at how are these both waste and byproduct explained in the law, and then what is the result of the processes that come about, and if there is a lot of innovation required, does the terminology actually help us or set restrictions? Because if all the official processes for dealing with waste or byproducts are taking example from the past where not many innovative solutions were used, then we can't use these terms anymore. So that brings us to start thinking about whether these terms to be used are even necessary. But before we come to this, then initially we were thinking there is a problem with valorizing waste, and the problem usually comes with technology or policy limitation that is put on these materials. So it's either there's a cost of technology for valorizing waste is very high, or there's lack of innovation, so there's not much money to be invested into finding a technological solution. Or then from the policy side, there's the risk that something might be waste or byproduct, or let's say the waste being a higher risk element, or and which makes it much more complicated, for example, to deal with it, or you don't even have the right to do business with something that's called waste. So we found that they both could be reasons, but in practice, mainly there is much more path dependency happening. It has always been so. If something is used in a better way, thanks to the technology, it's only because the technology was there. The valorization, like Mikelis also pointed out, there is not much environmental consideration there. It's just about what's more economically feasible. So that brings us to the results. As we were looking at different aspects, then we did a lot of assuming. That's what hypotheses really are. And where they really brought us was that there is no such thing as waste in primary food production. First of all, the companies themselves do not define the leftover materials as waste. It's either input material for making something else, it is a product already in itself, or it's just a cost to deal with, but always something that can be taken somewhere. Biomaterials always have an outlet. From primary production. You wouldn't have practices where they end up being landfilled, for example. But also that if waste definition would be used, then it would be a limiting to resource valorization. So it's better to not even have an end of waste regulation for any material. And even the byproduct term can become limiting because of the terminology, because the depth of change, the innovation level of use of material might cause a problem that it cannot be called a byproduct anymore if it wasn't, for example, used in a normal process. And finally, that there would be much help from corporate governance that could help boost biomass valorization, having a self-assessment system in place that would allow for us to have an understanding of how biomass is being used, where it actually happens, what kind of biomass it is, and then make sure that it is valorized in the best possible way, also from the environment consideration side. And what is the relevance to this research is that currently we are in the position of revising waste framework directive, and this point of reducing waste in primary food production is not even considered currently, but is being postponed to be discussed in 2027. So the whole of EU is intending to reduce food waste generation in line with waste hierarchy, but it's not being done so in the primary production. And while the future amendments might extend waste reduction targets to other stages of food supply chain, then the EU member states themselves already express in their positions the lack of readiness, a lack of data and transparency in understanding the true extent of biomass loss in primary production and its causes. So our research makes an effort to investigate that potential of using waste and byproducts in primary production, and where they could be valorized in their highest possible value. For example, if we are looking at what are the reasons why national governments are not interested in reducing waste in the primary production, then that would be because, for example, they believe waste happens due to conditions out of their control, like climate and in the environment, but not knowing the real causes and situations and the opportunities just increase the vulnerability of the sector for the companies in this area. Thank you very much, Anda. I don't know how I was with time, but I hope we have a moment for questions.
Went into the discussion time, but anyways, as there are not overcrowding questions in the chat, so I'll let you finish. But I think it was a good overview. I already had this question in mind about this relation between EU policy and national policies, but thanks for addressing it already in your concluding slides. I'm just thinking, do you feel that there is actual non-utopian vision of zero waste agriculture, forestry, and aquaculture, or is it really possible to have it zero waste in the long run?
It was probably one of the most complicated things to look at during this and also very interesting topic to investigate with this team during the project. Because when we used waste in our research team, we knew we were talking about waste in the Waste Framework Directive sense. But the other teams or researchers who went with the companies and used the word waste, they didn't mean waste as in discarded material. They meant the thing that was not intended to be produced but was left over, and it always finds an outlet. So you could say that, and that is the reason why eventually we just thought, all right, let's just then say it out loud. Everybody knows it. There is no such thing as waste in the primary food production, or probably in none of these sectors. The question is just, are we managing these materials in their highest possible value for our human use, and looking at the environmental elements next to it, so that not everything would be done based on economic considerations, like Mikelis earlier already pointed out, which makes sense. But now the question is, where can the regulation support such production practices and technologies that enable for these materials to be used in a higher value?
Okay. Thanks a lot, Kadi, and thank you for sharing your insights and contributing to our conference. Okay, as I'm looking that we're moving ahead, behind a bit of our schedule, I'm eager to turn the floor to Talis Tisenkopfs, and now from the Baltic Studies Center on the topic of cascading byproduct use in agriculture, forestry, and food companies, experience from Baltic-Nordic countries, and again based on Circle project results. So Talis, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anda. It seems that it is a sunny day in Nordic Baltic region, as I saw sun behind Kadi and Mikelis. I'm sharing. Yeah. Yes, this is a paper in progress together with Mikelis, Jostein, Diana, and Rando from partner organizations, paper called Cascading Byproduct Valorization in Agriculture, Forestry, and Food Sector Companies, the experiences from Nordic Baltic region. First to define the byproduct. It is an incidental product deriving from a manufacturing process or chemical reaction, and do not primary product or service being produced. And as Raimonda Soloha, one of our next speakers, and her colleagues identified in her recent paper, there's a lot of byproduct in agriculture, forestry, food sectors in the Baltic-Nordic region, up to half in cereals, up to even 300% in fruit and vegetable, in eggs, very much in oils and fat production. So what to do with this valuable byproduct, bioresource? And in the paper, we use a biomass valorization pyramid developed by Donner and other, which looks at different pathways to valorize, which means to create more value out of this resource. And obviously, each of the valorization pathways can result in new type of products. For example, the cascading approach leads us to new chemical pharmaceutical products or to food and feed ingredients. The upscaling is usually associated with new type of biomaterials, etc. The lower levels of pyramid are also good for circular economy, but they potentially do not create as much value added in economic terms. So our research focus particularly on company strategies towards higher value added use of byproducts and presents an exploratory study of enterprise strategies and pathways towards cascading and upscaling of the residual biomass into high value added products and the underpinning driving factors, trade-offs and structural arrangements. We put forward two research questions. What are the drivers for using byproducts first for higher value added before exploiting them as energy or raw biomass? And what contextual factors enable or hamper that cascading and upscaling initiatives? And the other research question is, how do companies develop their particular pathways in byproduct valorization? How the pathways oriented towards higher value added creation are related to collaborative arrangements and changes in business model. And for that purpose, we develop a byproduct valorization model at company level, obviously putting a firm, an enterprise with its business model, value proposition, value creation, value capture in the center. But now this firm has to deal with this pyramid challenge to choose either to go for recovering, recycling, or dare to climb up to cascading approaches to use the byproducts. In the meantime, understanding that companies do that in market context, and there are certain value chains of upstreaming flows of byproducts and downstream flows towards specific markets and customer segments. It is believed that cascading pyramid promises you greater value added in economic terms, and eventually the volumes might decrease of biomass to process. Whereas as to the top you climb, you face increasing organizational complexity of markets, value chain arrangements, and there is no economic certainty guarantee you may also lose. So the companies face this situation, as previous speakers suggested. This concerns their strategies, their decisions in the context of various drivers, as Mikelis exposed. And we developed also a methodology to test this model. The methodology was 4-step. In the beginning, in the project, 120 initiatives of circular byproduct use. Then we choose 12 case studies of circular businesses to explore in depth. And within this set of businesses, we identified upscaling and cascading pathways in the case sample, with referencing also to literature, because there is literature out there about. And in the last step, we explored indeed the pathways upon particular company examples. And on the left hand, you see our set of case studies and the companies which we explored as examples in very much in detail. They are colored, darkened. They are placed on axes of innovation. Is it more incremental towards value added valorization, or is it indeed more radical? And are the companies small scale, medium, or large scale? So we have a rather good representation of cases and companies, both on the scale of company size and also approach to innovation. So by doing this, and this is in process of writing a paper, finalizing the paper. In fact, we dare to say that there are 5 pathways looking from company, but also from the sectoral perspective in byproduct valorization. One is valorizing byproducts for bioenergy and biofertilizer. This is the most common practice. Another pathway is radically innovating in new biomaterials for multi-purpose and multi-sector use. Then there is an interesting, very little explored pathway in literature, becoming a supplier in global raw byproduct chains. The fourth one is upscaling byproduct use for production of new proteins, an emerging path, and quite widespread again, navigating between low and high value added valorization. I think Mikelis' presentation suggested that companies deal with those linear and more circular approaches and navigate between them. Now, to explore these pathways upon company examples, for example, valorizing byproducts for bioenergy and biofertilizer. This is indeed a very established practice in sectors of AFA, 20 years of history, even more, observed in a number of our cases as well, based on recovering and recycling. This is called regime level innovation because there are policies out there, there are technologies there, markets have adjusted to that type of usage. Still, there are radical novelties possible and applied by companies. Like you see in the picture, this is a big dairy farm in Estonia, more than 3,000 cows, obviously a lot of manure, straws, other residuals which are processed in biomethane factory. But then they add to that new technologies, electricity production from biomethane through solid fuel cell technology. And also they find new markets, indeed, in biofuels, but also into community energy grids. So there is, even in the regime level innovation, novelties possible. Our next example is an amazing example of radical innovation in new biomaterials for multi-purpose and multi-sector use, represented by a large-scale company from Estonia. They do process 90% of hardwood residuals into high-value new bioproducts, which are lignin, wood sugars, and microcellulose. And they aim with these products to new type of markets, degradable packaging, biopackaging industry, construction industry to substitute fossil-based materials in that industry, food, feed, pharmaceutical, cosmetics industries worldwide. And obviously they also do a sort of lower pyramid level action, like recover purified water. They do produce their own bioenergy, which is further used. Do a lot of investment and extensively collaborate with research organizations, business partners, industry associations in the Nordic, Baltic, but wider regions. The third pathway, which we call becoming a supplier in global raw byproduct chains, illustrated by example of juice producer, berry grower juice producer from Latvia. Their main products are juices, drinks, frozen berries, but 10% according to their estimates are byproducts. Extrusion material, you can see in my picture, bottom left, an amazing picture in my forest walk. I find that some of this kind of factories put this residual out in forest to feed forest animal, which is very good. Which is, of course, a circular practice and helps local ecosystem. But what this company is doing, they collect byproduct from themselves, from other berry producers in Latvia, put in freeze, then when the amounts is enough for shipping containers, they ship over to China, where the buyers are pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, cosmetics, and food industries. So they act as intermediary in global raw byproduct chain, the value created is captured there by other businesses and other sectors. But this company feels quite accommodated because this is a way how they find dealing with byproduct. Our fourth example is an interesting larva producer from Norway, one of the biggest there, from food waste. They use 100% food waste as an input, and they upscale this biomass into new protein production for human and animal feed consumption, also for biofertilizer. This is a long-term strategy of making products out of biomass for other sectors who are and consumers who are willing to pay for premium circular goods with a much lower environmental footprint, etc. And they engage indeed with consumers in industrial markets of this new alternative protein niche. What we find behind this is a web of supportive arrangements with shareholders, researchers, municipalities, funding agencies, etc. So there is a lot of factors enabling. And our final example, our fifth pathway, is what we call navigating between low and high value-added valorization. A prominent growth producer in Baltic, based in Lithuania, but with branches in many other countries. They produce wheat groats, pea groats, buckwheat groats. Much of this is organically certified, but 30% of that is hulls, buckwheat hulls. What to do with that? And then they try to experiment. A part of that is used to produce steam for own consumption, but another fraction is used to upscale this buckwheat hulls to produce mulch, a biofertilizer, or indeed filling for pillows and mattresses for another kind of consumer industries and markets. So they appeal, indeed, they see value and they appeal to new segments and new customers. However, this upscaling sometimes is very difficult and appears unprofitable and certain. And this involved, in this case, changes in business strategy and abandonment of some good intentions towards the top of the pyramid. Now, to conclude, to summarize, so how to place these different pathways, how to understand them at company level, because companies deal with challenges, with various options. And we see that, for example, and here I put by names, I don't know whether in publications why I will anonymize. Fibonal indeed aims at many segments in the pyramid. So obviously this company combines valorization pathways. By importance, of course, cascading approach, upscaling towards new biomaterials is the main, but at the same time recovering the energy is also important, recovering water. What we see at the bottom, very berry, they do compost, they do feed to forest animals, which is not maybe partly economic cycle, it's mostly natural decomposing, natural value of the cyclical use, but at the same time they effectively supply other upscalers which are located elsewhere. The same with other companies, they combine various approaches, various strategies, and it is very dynamic process. So we find that key aspects for companies to decide which strategy to choose, which way to go in this upscaling, cascading endeavor are, and here very much resembling the former presenters and their findings, are technologies and product development, finance, very important, and then how these companies understand project markets, how they participate in value chain arrangements, and also how do they adopt their business model, even if the companies have this balance of main product, which might be linear, and then side product, which is approached from a more circular perspective. To conclude thoughts, so perhaps we can conclude that cascading and upscaling requires a very complex repurposing of technologies, products, markets, and value chains, a very complex repurposing. And this is easier for companies who have capacity to invest, deploy research and development, and extensively collaborate. We also feel or prove, who knows, that high value added valorization pathways involve more complexity in terms of value chain arrangement, business model adaptation. However, that doesn't guarantee economic success, because markets for those new kinds of upscale products might be not yet in place. The value chains are not yet in their full capacity. The regulations might be lacking. So there is a very open and clear situation. And what is an interesting finding also, that byproduct upscaling and cascading connect sectors of bioeconomy with other sectors, such as pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, cosmetics, construction, and many other sectors. And this suggests that potentially there might be increasing global competition for byproduct, for raw bio byproduct, which can be then transformed towards other sectors, towards other consumers. So, and there is obviously implications in environmental terms. What happens, for example, if the famous Estonian water company comes to Latvia? They aim to invest 700 million euros. What would happen to Latvian forest? Because they will need wood biomass to process their new goods. By this upcycling and cascading, eventually byproduct could be taken away from food sector, from other sector. And then the implications might concern food security, because these are very appealing products, very appealing markets, high profit potentials. There's a lot of companies innovating in that direction, and they put pressure simply on produce from agriculture, aquaculture, and forestry. And with that, I want to thank for your attention. I think I manage and stop here. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Talis. I think a lot of rich insights, and thanks for putting meat on the bones with case studies. I think that helps a lot in through these examples to understand the processes but put them in the larger picture of categories and future pathways. Unfortunately, I can't allow for any questions, but there aren't any at the moment to you, and I hope that you'll be able to also maybe use a bit of the later panel debate moderated by you to also take up some further questions if there will emerge. I invite everyone to also use the chat. I see that there is some discussion going on there, so I'm glad that there is some movement there. So please continue to do that, but also feel free to raise hands after the presentations or during the presentations. But at the moment, we take a brief stretch break or coffee break or tea break, whatever you prefer, and we'll be back in now, let's say. Well, let's try to keep to the schedule. So we'll be back in 5 minutes now. So I hope you can still manage to stretch, and we welcome you back for the next session. Thank you. So hello again. Welcome back to our conference. Sorry for the brief break, but I hope you managed to stretch and grab a glass of water or coffee. We'll continue with the session now with 3 presentations, more of a philosophical and sociological sort of twist to the topic. And we'll start with an invited speaker, Mintautas Gutauskas from the Faculty of Philosophy from the Vilnius University, with the topic of waste and self-awareness in the Anthropocene. So Mintautas, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you hear me normally? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'll start sharing. So thank you for invitation to participate at this conference. I don't belong to a circle research group. I'm more guest and I'm from different context. And you will see my presentation will be in a very different style and maybe more general, and but maybe it will be interesting for you what philosophers thinks about waste. So my presentation will be from a philosophical perspective, and it's worth mentioning that philosophy was not interested in waste for a long time. Philosophy was anthropocentric, discussed theoretical issues of ontology, epistemology, ethics, but the remains of our everyday activities remain beyond the scope. That was peculiar not only to philosophy, but also for humanities at all. But the epoch of the Anthropocene, which we have to interpret not only as a geological process, but also as an event of self-awareness, renders waste as a philosophical question. The Anthropocene changes the human self-awareness. In the Greek and Christian tradition, human identified his relation with the environment and itself through the hierarchy of beings, which we can see from Bowell pyramid. The human separated itself from other animals, identifying as an exceptional being who is the closest to the God or is created in the image of God. But the Anthropocene forces us to pay attention to the material consequences of our spirituality. It offers notions of humanity as a geological force and as a species. Humanity as a geological force identifies itself by its geological impact on the environment, and humanity as a species, by the way, it lives at the expense of other species and the environment. According to biomass calculation, humanity becomes the dominant species of mammals. This is not only a fact of nature, it has an ethical evaluation. That means that for contemporary self-awareness, consuming and waste are not only physics, they have an ethical dimension. This awareness identifies itself not only through separation from animals and nature, but on the contrary, through relating to them and through understanding the impact of physical and spiritual activities to the environment. The new context forces us to reconsider our relation to our waste and what meaning it has to our self-awareness. So we have to ask how our relation to waste changes, why waste is so important now but was not important in the past. In my presentation, I will discuss some types of consciousness in relation to waste. Firstly, and I have to say that my presentation will be from phenomenological perspective, and phenomenology focuses on different types of experience. Phenomenology asks about preconditions and presupposition of experience and tries to fix and interpret shifts in worldviews. So firstly, I will present very shortly the old type of consciousness, which acts by the scheme consume, discard, forget. Secondly, I will discuss new consciousness, which is well represented by zero waste movement. It is And lastly, I will ask how waste influences our everyday actions and self-awareness. It is very difficult for a philosopher to say something in 15 minutes. So if someone is interested in my presentation, I have published an article, Phenomenology of Waste in the Anthropocene, and furthermore, you can also have a look at my other article, Ecological Self-Awareness in the Anthropocene. So let's start from the first question. What kind of thing is waste in the everyday consciousness? Of course, there are many attitudes to waste today. So I have to identify an ideal type of consciousness which was peculiar to many countries in Europe and abroad. It's not an empirical inquiry, but phenomenological description of such consciousness. This consciousness acts in sequence: consume, discard, forget. The best example is behavior of consumers in fast food restaurants. You receive the food wrapped or packed in huge amount of plastic or paper, but after consuming, you throw out all package into the trash bin. If you are a good consumer, your attention is focused on food, on satisfaction, and you don't care about waste. Such consciousness was ironically described by the Lithuanian philosopher Arūnas Svirdolas. Situation is a little bit different, but the structure of action is the same. He talked about how people behave in nature by the lake. I won't read, because of lack of time, I won't read this quote, but I will comment. Svirdolas marks the relationship between waste and certain modes of consciousness. The disappearance of waste from the field of attention and its readiness to hand are essential concepts when describing waste as a phenomenon. The first explains not only the ease and simplicity of littering, but also how we treat waste in general. Waste is pushed out of the field of attention in various forms. The second shows the structure of sense. Heidegger's term Zuheidenheit is of great significance as it points in the right direction. Waste appears through a practical relationship with the world. I have no time to go deeper into phonological problems of constitutions of meaning and discuss how things become trash or waste. I want only to mark that becoming waste requires evaluation and decision that the thing is no more useful. There is change in meaning. Everything can become waste, not only packaging, but also books, works of arts, etc. Heidegger teaches that we experience things primarily through their functionality, and materiality of things usually is beyond our field of attention. A good example is fashion. Our attention is focused on functionality and design of clothes. Their materiality and what we can be as waste is for usual customer beyond the scope. They don't disturb if we manage our field of attention in order. It is worth to notice that the field of attention, just as the whole practical living space, has its own order in which something is constituted as normal, good, orderly, logical, or bad, abnormally, disorderly. How do we manage our living space? Waste as no more useful things we try to push out of this field. At home, waste is placed in certain places, put it back, taken away to garbage bin, and then to landfills. The field of attentions of such consciousness is wider, and the action are less spontaneous in comparison with Svirdolas' example. As it will be shown later, such consciousness has a larger field of order and larger field of attention, but not a new approach to waste. I talked about littering and managing, but also another phenomenon of experience is important, how we encounter waste. The encounter with large quantities of waste can be shocking. For example, we see a child who is swimming or walking on a fully polluted shore. Maybe he is searching for something useful, or we can see Indian fishermen who are pushing their boat. For me, the question is this garbage under the feet inside or outside the field of their attention? And there is another photos with a fully polluted shore. So accumulation of waste and the Anthropocene forces us to rethink our management and everyday behavior in the aspect of wasting. Now we have to go to a question of Anthropocene. It's a huge philosophical topic. Firstly, I will draw your attention to what say International Commission on Stratigraphy, but I want to read the whole quote. Simply, I want to notice that you can see that the most markers of the Anthropocene consist of remains and waste of human activities. Awareness of geological changes influence the change in self-awareness too. As the Pesce Chakrabarti notice, climate change poses us for a question of human collectivity. What united humanity as one entity in the Anthropocene? human of enlightenment, in comparison, human of enlightenment recognized himself according to his spiritual capacities, soul and spirit science, new ideas of humanity towards the perpetual peace. But the human of Anthropocene, he recognizes himself from the remains of his activity, pollution, wasting, extinction. That is why some of humanity's notions of Anthropocene narratives is so negative. For example, Timothy Clark description, he say that the newly recognized agent of humanity as a geological force is something indiscernible in any of an individual or even large group of which it is composed. It is power that barely recognizes itself as such and which is not really capable of voluntary action and planning, as it arises from the often unforeseen consequences of the plans and acts of its constituents. Such quite pessimistic awareness grows from the global imaginary. We understand better how interconnected many insignificant actions are. Many significant actions, eating, washing, taking medicine, have global impact. So for self-awareness of Anthropocene is peculiar awareness of resistibility and accumulability of waste, the accumulation of a floating island of flyland in oceans such as Pacific garbage patch shows how far waste can travel without human activity. It has to do with the expansion of the field of attention and the emergence of a global consciousness. This implies that waste do not disappear anywhere, and its movement trajectory such that it almost always come back. For example, the new food chain can be seen as this. Discarded plastic bottle, plastic in the ocean, krill, small fish, large fish on the table, which shows that the discarded plastic bottle, after completing the cycle, can easily end up on our dinner plate in the form of nanoplastic particles, which remains in the fish. The most important point is the apprehension of the cycle, the awareness that this resistant and accumulative waste returns and requires us to reconsider ordinary actions in terms of sense, goals, values, and consequences. A new consciousness is emerging, one that sees everything as future waste. The pioneer of zero waste movement, Bea Johnson, is a good example of that new consciousness. Here is how she describes her own relationship with waste. So I want to read this quote, only comment. The old consciousness of littering is characterized by the idea that a piece of trash evaporates after disappearing from the field of attention. For the new consciousness, the act of throwing the trash away is no longer obvious, but as everything is interpreted not through the disposal of waste, but in terms of its resistibility, accumulability, recyclability, and possible trajectories of movement. It is a consciousness that never lets waste be out of our minds. This consciousness anticipates the possible, albeit often unpredictable, trajectories of the movement of waste and even differentiates things according to the qualities of decomposability and pollution. From a perspective of consciousness, what matters is not so much the material composition of things, but rather the inclusion of its decomposability into the sense structure. Johnson's book, Zero Waste Home, shows how all things and activities, school, work, leisure, holidays, entertainment, and games can be interpreted from the point of view of waste. Of course, waste is not sole factor here. I will stress only 2 points. Firstly, consumption multiplies waste, thus stopping the act itself becomes greatly significant. And secondly, the ethical relationship with nature and other living being emerges. Production is understood as the deprivation of something from nature or killing of something. Therefore, the production process must not only be weighted in terms of multiplication of waste, but also in terms of evaluating the need for that particular action or product so that it would be worth killing someone. Here is what Johnson said. So I also only I won't read this, I only to notice that this is distinctive for the Anthropocene epoch to understand, treat, or interpret everyday actions in the context of global processes. As an example, this can be seen in the slide, the connection, for example, bring your bag or bring your cup, and there is no planet B. Now we go to the last point. I think the Anthropocene brings forward a new self-awareness, that of a culprit, of a waster. Waste becomes a new element of self-awareness. It is a long discussion about the Anthropocene, about a paradoxical being, a human, between irresponsible geological force polluting, destroying, exploiting species on the one side, and responsible but powerless culprit. I will note only one most phenomenological point in discussion about this new self-awareness. What is interesting for me is a new awareness of guilt and responsibility, which comprehends itself through the relationship with vulnerable nature. When questioning what is causing such change, it should be noted that the concept of accountant is the most significant here. What we do experience when we encounter a seabird tangled in plastic bag, or turtle which has grown deformed by waste, here waste appears not only as an element of disorder that was supposed to disappear from the field of attention, but as something that remained and did not decay. The animal entangled in plastic shows that waste pollutes as well as kills and destroys. The animal's suffering and its inability to escape demands me to take action. The animal's appeal becomes a reference to the self. Emmanuel Levinas's insight on the identity of the self as constituted by the other is significant here. The self is not given, and only by encountering the other, the not being able to slip away, the self is constituted as a responsive and responsible one. It is waste in nature that shows how and to what extent the other is damaged, pointed to the self as to the one who did the damage. The animal that cannot get out of plastic or has died because of plastic constraint constitute the self as the human that cannot escape responsibility. It is important to highlight that this is not only an interpersonal relationship. When we see an animal tangled in plastic and unable to move, we recognize that this damage was caused by humans. Someone else might have thrown out the plastic, but it still is human activity, and I, as a human being, become the polluter's collaborator. So we feel the extension of human responsibility because we measure the limits of our responsibility not by our capacity to act, but by our capacity to do harm. As Paul Ricoeur noted, our responsibility for harm then extends as far as does our capacity to do harm. Here we go to a wide field of discussion about responsibility. Of course, we can ask how I, as a singular and limited individual, can be responsible for global pollution, and how I have to form my self-awareness as an individual and as a human in general. But it is the people of...
1 minute.
Last sentence. And I think this is epoch of Anthropocene. The human start to identify and form himself not only through his power to do something, but also through his harmful consequences and inability to cope with them. That is the trouble of self-awareness in the Anthropocene. You have to find the balance between the small power to act individually and the huge global responsibility for the harm. Thank you for attention, and sorry for time.
Yes, thanks a lot. I think this was a very interesting alternative view on the topic of our conference. I'll reserve questions for discussion for the panel session, I guess, but I think it will be important to see how philosophy and this strand of philosophical thinking also approaches biomass as a waste, because as we see, the circularity and the waste discourse is mostly focusing on packaging and plastics, etc. But I think it's important also to see what are the other contributions to the field. But thanks, that gives puts it into the perspective of the broader discourse and the philosophical domain. So thank you. Please stay with us for the panel debate.
Yep.
And now I pass the floor to Artis Svece at the Division of Philosophy and Ethics of the University of Latvia. We're very happy that you agreed to also contribute to our conference. And the title of the presentation is Narratives of Nature in the Context of Circular Economy. So Artis, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Artis, as it was said. And just like Professor Gutauskas, I must say that circular bioeconomy is not really my field of research, but I'm rather interested in animal studies and doing lately a bit of environmental humanities in a project where we philosophers collaborate with geographers and trying to analyze nature discourses in Latvia, but not really waste and circular economy. So I will be able to provide maybe some general comments and not as focused and professional presentation as I noticed some of you did and will do. Now, first of all, I hope that you hear me and you can see my presentation on your screens.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. So, just as I said, it's not quite my field, but there are two aspects that I wanted to emphasize about circular economy as far as I understand it and know about it. And first of all, I should emphasize that there is some kind of link, correspondence between, and of course, in a way, it's natural, of course, that there is such a correspondence. There is this link between the approach that economists and anyone who does a circular economy project in a way are doing, that there's this link between this approach and what's going on in philosophy and what's going on in environmental ethics, what's going on in the field of protection of environment and environmentalism in general. And what I had in mind was this certain kind of shift, certain kind of change in perspectives. Namely, there is this kind of traditional, I would say, classic environmentalism that has developed at least in the 40s and 60s of the 20th century, which is characterized by, especially in philosophy, by this kind of prescriptive approach, the idea that there is something like environmental ethics, that there are some people who are aware of it, and there are some people who don't really have appreciated the importance of these values and principles that environmental ethics provides, and so they have to be enlightened. They have to be told what is the right way of doing things, and among many aspects of this environmental ethics, but often what is emphasized is this idea of pristine nature, of wilderness, and the importance of preserving such wilderness as as Jamie Lorimer, geographer, in his book on Anthropocene on conservation of nature in Anthropocene, uses notion of pre-biodiversity. So it's not just preservation of biodiversity, but of the biodiversity that has been before human impact. And then there is this shift, as I said, towards a different kind of approach to environment and environmental thinking. So it's not environmental ethics, pure environmental ethics anymore. It's environmental humanities, environmental social sciences, philosophy as part of it. And there is mixture of normative and descriptive approaches, scientific and philosophical approaches. Then there is this, as I would say, part of this shift is this acknowledgement of I can't speak to that for some reason, inevitability of human presence. So humans are here in this nature. There is no wilderness anymore. We have Anthropocene, we have post-nature. And so we have to now look for different kind of paradigm of how to preserve nature, how to live in nature. And so it's not just about preservation of wilderness, it's about sustainable socio-ecological systems where humans and nature and ecology ecosystems are present. And so another notion that has always been there but has somehow gained popularity is this idea of coexistence. So humans and environment coexist. And so, for example, Georgina Mays have described this changes, shifts in environmental thinking and the idea of preservation of nature, conservation of nature. And you can see how there is this movement from this idea of wilderness, of saving nature, towards this idea of people and nature living together in this sociological system. And the idea of circular economy very well fits into this picture. So circular economy does not presume this separation of human world and environment, but rather coexistence, but coexistence that is sustainable, that is not wasteful, and is not depleting these resources that we have or that nature has. But on the other hand, of course, this approach, I mean, circular economy, has some less wanted features. It looks a bit too comfortable, and of course many have noticed that in a way it continues this approach, discourse, and framework of thinking that capitalist society already had. And so many of the goals that were that characterize this resource wasteful capitalism in a way is preserved. We are still talking about development, about growth. We are talking about efficiency, rationality. Yes, those that are not participating in circular economy, that are using up resources, they are wasteful, inefficient, and irrational. And so let's make our economy more efficient, more rational, not so wasteful. But I mean, this is not a new paradigm of thinking. This is, in a way, continuation of the same kind of values that we have. Although, of course, it's not that nothing has changed. But the question is whether the difference is big enough for humans to change their behavior. Yes, so one example that I have used in some similar kind of discussion before is what I call this hackerism, that Latvian farmers, and not just farmers, but policy make us use, namely this idea of environment or an environmental protection and circular economy and green future as a kind of system that is created by others for not really understandable reasons that should be hacked in order to use it for our kind of gain and good. Yeah, so I'm not associated myself with this these aims that that, for example, circular economy project has, but I perceive it as some outside, as some kind of program, system, event that is created by somebody else, but I could use for my my benefit. And this is rational. It's efficient. Those that introduce, they are irrational. So I'm allowed to use it for my own gain. So if I'm basing my behavior, if I'm basing my decisions just on the principle of rational efficiency, then at least in certain kind of framework of perception and beliefs, I can come to completely different conclusions than those that those that have created this project of circular economy have hoped for. And my example, and this is one of my favorite articles in institutional studies, is by Mayer and Rowan in 1977, so many years ago. They wrote about myths and ceremonies in institutional organizations. So they claim that there are certain myths in our society that basically it's not like something invented. The idea is that there is some kind of beliefs, for example, about what a good institution should look like. And so for an institution to survive, it has to create at least this appearance of being corresponding to this myth. So if we want sexual equality, so I have to the institution that can demonstrate that it is corresponding to this requirement of equality is it has better chances of survival than the institution that can't demonstrate that, or it turns out that it does not correspond to this requirement of society. And so all institutions try to correspond to this requirement, belief about what a good institution is like, but quite often, according to Meyer and Rowan, it's something that goes against this rational efficiency of the main purpose the institution exists for. So, for example, university is meant for teaching and certain kind of requirements, let's say ecological, green lifestyle requirements can make this functioning sort of less efficient. So what institutions do quite often, they try to decouple these two kind of areas, their functioning and the behavior, the actions that demonstrate their correspondence to the requirements of society, what they should look like. And so this idea of decoupling is that, in a way, I skipped over it, is when it was in this United Nations environmental programs, this idea of decoupling of use of natural resources and economic growth. So the idea is that one can have economic growth without using up resources. But this decoupling idea, in a way, I think that it demonstrates what quite often happens in institutions when we are dealing with circular economy, with a green way of thinking, and so on. So there is some kind of things that are done in order to present themselves, so-called greenwashing, as to present themselves as corresponding to this requirement. And then there is this real kind of functional behavior and processes that are separated from this facade of demonstrating how efficient we are. So, and that means, I would say, that it's not enough to attempt to create kind of rational incentives to become more green, more environmentally conscious, and trying and to I already forgot the beginning of the sentence, and it's not enough to create these rational, pragmatic incentives to turn towards circular economy. There are some things that one can do, and notice that rational choice theory, I think, provides very good kind of arguments that we can use in order to kind of good steps, good technologies that we can use in order to enhance this awareness and a need for behaving according to this circular economy requirements, the circular economy project requirements. But I would say that it's not enough, and that's where nature narratives come into picture. So there are several interesting authors that are recently writing about narrative as some kind of environmental ethics that is not as prescriptive as it used to be. It's not this top-down kind of ethics where some philosopher comes up with the principles according to which one should live, and so those that are not enlightened now have to receive these principles. Instead, some narratives of good life are created that people themselves have to formulate, and the task now is to encourage such narratives of good life that would involve a certain understanding of nature, that involves certain kind of perception of waste, a certain perception of necessity not to use up resources wastefully, but to think about what is happening with them after you have used them. And I have to finish, I understand, but I think that there are certain things in including Latvian way of thinking about themselves, about what is good life and what is nature, that provide a certain kind of potential of such environmental narrative, meaningful environmental narrative that would include this is a circular economy. The problem is that mostly this narrative that people are building is very local, so it's not really concerned about global issues, and it assumes this opposition of myself and some, for example, European institutions that require and come up certain things and come up with grand projects like, for example, circular economy. And in that sense, so the question is, how can you translate the idea of circular economy in the language that would not sound like prescriptive, top down, and coming from somebody else, from some I don't know, bureaucrat in Brussels. That's often they are characterized. That's approximately what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Artis. I think this was a very important critical reflection on not being too rhetoric about using these concepts and applying these in our policies and practices. So I think this is much needed. But unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. But please stay for the panel debate. And now I give floor to my colleague Emils, Senior Researcher and Director of the Baltic Studies Center, with a presentation on the curious ambivalence of working with the boundary concept, with the reflections on the process of how we went about this in our project.
Hiya, I'll try to share my screen. Hopefully I'll succeed. Okay, let's switch to, okay. Can you see it in presentation mode?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent, okay. So first of all, I'd like to apologize because my neighbor has recently discovered that he has a hammer and he's making full use of it at the moment. So if you hear any knocking noises, that's him. Okay, so this presentation is based on a paper that we are currently developing in Circle. And foundationally, it is about us and our experience of working together in an interdisciplinary team, and specifically the kind of the ambivalence of working together in an interdisciplinary team. So on the one hand, you are curious, you want to learn from others, you want to learn from other disciplines, but on the other hand, you're not always sure that what the other people are saying, you're not always sure that that makes sense, right? So that is a kind of a point of departure. And this leads us to the context of the paper. So interdisciplinary collaboration is kind of widely recognized, and the value of interdisciplinary collaboration is widely recognized in the literature. And in particular, it's believed to be very valuable and crucial even in the context of post-normal science, which deals with these wicked problems. So basically situations where you need policy relevant knowledge, efficient solutions quickly, but the issue is that you can't really agree on the solution, you can't really agree on the specific causes of the problem, and you also don't really have much time or resources to make a mistake. And the circular economy is one of these instances, and it is an example of a situation where you need social scientists, humanities scholars and natural scientists, and people from engineering to collaborate and work together, because you have to kind of work with these complex interactions between natural and social systems. But there are also several challenges associated with this situation. The first is that interdisciplinary collaboration is hard work, and sort of aligning disciplinary perspectives and learning to kind of listen to each other and trust each other is challenging in science. And this is further exacerbated by the fact that sort of our ideas of circularity and the circular economy, there are specific definitions of what circularity is and what the circular economy is or should be, but the context of their application and the practices to which they are applied are different and contested and sometimes counterintuitive. And I was recently forced to experience this feeling of ambivalence when I learned that a local sort of chain of pawn shops was describing what they're doing as a form of circularity. So they describe themselves as kind of participants of the circular economy explicitly on their homepage. So you have this sort of interesting combination. So the first two challenges, you have a kind of the difficulties of working together in an interdisciplinary team, and you also have this kind of volatile concepts like circularity and the circular economy. And this creates kind of an explosive situation, and this idea that kind of a lack of conceptual clarity will inevitably hamper interdisciplinary work and inevitably hamper knowledge exchange. But what we tried to do in this paper was actually think about the value of plasticity and flexibility. So the fact that concepts are flexible, that they have multiple meanings, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And this is where the idea of boundary objects comes in. So this idea was originally developed in the kind of sociology of science and technology. And the idea was that in scientific work, there are frequently these objects, and initially at least there were actual objects, physical objects. These objects that inhabit several worlds simultaneously. And they have specific meanings and a specific value to each of the different sort of knowledge communities or scientific disciplines. And the initial examples that were provided were things like maps, museum specimens, prototypes, like actual physical things where you had a kind of a network of different disciplines or different groups working together, but the specific object had a different meaning and different value for each of them. A characteristic of boundary objects is they have to have this sort of interesting, well, they have to be kind of malleable enough in the sense that they can be adapted to a local situation and to the needs of a specific team, but they also have to have some sort of common identity so that the different teams see this one thing, this object, as the same thing. And Kadi actually in her presentation gave an excellent example of waste, right? So you have this legal understanding of waste, and you have this more colloquial use of the word. And they are kind of different and distinct, but also there is a kind of overlap between the two in the sense that you can kind of see why they sort of can be the same thing, even though their context of application are different and the meaning in the specific context is different and highly specific, right? So there is this tension between the fact that boundary objects have to be fairly general, this kind of general idea, but they also have to be kind of fairly specific so that specific communities can apply them for their own specific needs. As I said, the idea was initially developed in the sociology of science and technology, but it has since been extended to other fields and also extended to concepts as well, right? So we no longer have boundary objects, we also have boundary concepts. But in all of these cases, the central concern is cooperation and collaboration in a context in which you have groups and people with different interests, different perspectives, but they have to work together. They have to be able to work together. And this is actually an interesting characteristic of boundary objects, because the fact that you have a boundary object doesn't mean that the different groups have achieved consensus. They can each still have their own sort of definition or understanding of an object or a concept, but because these objects have to be general enough, they have to be sort of able to create a situation where these different viewpoints and different applications can can kind of coexist side by side, and collaborative work and productive work can still take place. And this leads us to Circle, where we had several boundary objects and boundary concepts. We did an audit of boundary objects last year and actually found that we had several. So we had concepts like circularity and waste, where people from different disciplines and different teams had slightly different takes on what these terms meant, and the contexts in which they could be applied, and the specific examples to which they could be attached. We also had templates and guidelines. So we had this template for sort of cataloging different initiatives, circular initiatives, and different sort of teams had sort of slightly different. The point of this table was slightly different, and the value of this table was slightly different for each of the teams. And then we also had policy objectives and how the work that we do relates to policy objectives, right? So, and in the paper, we're mainly focusing on the concepts, the boundary concepts, such as circularity and waste, and the fact that even though we kind of freely use these terms and these concepts in the project, we had these sort of occasional instances where there was disagreement, there was sort of conflict about what they meant and how they should be used responsibly. And this leads me to several observations about the use of these boundary concepts in our work. The first is that the idea that boundary objects can play a kind of productive and positive role in situations where there is a lack of consensus, I think still holds. But the issue is that the very fact that you have boundary objects in a project, in an interdisciplinary project, actually means that the version of interdisciplinarity that you've been able to achieve and enact actually is a very specific version of interdisciplinarity, which is more akin to multidisciplinarity. Basically, you have different disciplines working side by side, but you've not actually managed to integrate the perspectives of the different disciplines into a kind of coherent conceptual framework. So the very fact that you have boundary objects and boundary concepts means that you have this lack of consensus, right? You have these sort of different perspectives, different needs, different interests. The second point is that even though they can facilitate collaboration and they can allow collaborative work to take place, and they sort of allow you to sort of bypass technical debates about details, it also means that you kind of have to black box these concepts in certain contexts, right? So you can't discuss all the specifics, all the details, all the technicalities. And again, this means that from the perspective of interdisciplinary collaboration, that leads to a kind of shaky, creaky foundation, right? Because you're kind of black boxing key concepts in order for collaborative work to take place, but you haven't actually reached an agreement. You've not achieved consensus. And my final observation would be that indeed, we managed to do the work. We managed to work with these volatile concepts. So in a sense, they did facilitate scientific work, and different disciplines worked together, collaborated. But it is very important to be aware of the disagreements that kind of are lurking beneath the surface, which can undermine interdisciplinary collaboration in the long run. Now, in our case, fortunately, we just had a meeting yesterday, and we sort of agreed that towards the end of the project, we finally started to understand one another. So consensus is still a possibility, but initially at the outset, right, we had to make do with boundary concepts just to facilitate interdisciplinary work and allow collaborative work to take place. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Emils. I think this was an important self-reflection, I think, also for our team internally, because I think studying concepts and phenomena like circularity, whether it's a concept per se or the specific application of circular solutions in the bioeconomy sectors, I think it's important that we also have these self-reflections on the process and on what implications it has for studying this topic. We have a few minutes for discussion before the panel debates, so if there are any questions from the audience, please feel free to speak up. Otherwise, if not, I think we had been discussing this is this metaphor of elephant in the room, that different people can think of this object as a different thing by touching different parts of that thing and necessarily understanding what is it about. But maybe one question that I might raise, sorry for that. Oh no, I see Artis has a question, so I'll reserve mine for internal discussion. So Artis, please go ahead.
I'm trying to manage these hands. I want to now hide the clapping hand. Thank you for the Emils Kilis presentation. I have two comments. One thing is that we also had as I mentioned, project that still is in the final kind of stage, finishing stage, and that was philosophers and geographers. And actually, my experience was somewhat similar. I was really surprised. My expectations was that, oh well, that would be kind of a collaboration of different people and interaction and so on. But there was really, although I mean, that was nothing personal, but there was distrust, misunderstanding. So if one wants to comment another, then the other thinks that this is somehow personal attack and so on. And I wouldn't say that we solved it. I doubt that. But I would say that the result showed the influence. So I mean, we didn't come to some kind of consensus at all. But result was different than it would be if philosophers would be on their own or geographers would be on their own. So I think these are kind of two levels that one has to keep in mind. About the second thing that I wanted to say, I have lots to comment on that. Because first of all, if you would use a bit of discourse analysis, I think that many things would be answered to what you said. And I'm very concerned about you switching all the time between objects and concepts are not objects. And I would say that in discourse analysis, what you are calling kind of what was the name? What kind of concepts and objects you were saying?
Boundary.
Boundary, yeah. So that were what you call boundary objects. I mean, the state, nature, life, would these be boundary objects? I would say no, but they would have the same kind of problem. So I would use rather a floating signifier, the notion of floating signifier, and I think that's what is happening there. Okay, I could go on, but this is besides the point. But certainly, I would say that in case of floating signifiers, it's not so important that you come to the consensus. And at the end of your presentation, you somehow put together understanding and achieving consensus, and I think that's not the same. So I agree that also in our project we sort of come to better understanding of each other, but that doesn't mean consensus. Yeah, and agreeing about some object. Yeah, but very interesting. Yeah, so we should compare our experiences. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Artis. Yeah.
Can I respond to that? Yeah, thank you. So the first one, yes, I agree. We definitely, in our project as well, we definitely rubbed off on each other in that sense. Yeah, certainly. About the second one, yes, there is a bit of an issue there, but the issue to a certain extent has to do with the way the use of boundary objects has evolved. As I said, initially they were applied to actual physical objects, but gradually the idea that you can apply it to concepts did emerge in the literature. Now, there is obviously still some debate about that, and there was a suggestion to, I think the idea was, when you're talking about concepts, the suggestion was that you should use like epistemic objects, if I'm not mistaken. But there is a tension there, I agree. And in the paper, we're actually kind of gradually switching over to the idea of boundary concepts, which was specifically developed in the 90s. But yeah, true. Initially, if you come from the literature, like for the first time, it is strange, the fact that you're using objects to refer to concepts. I completely agree with that, yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot, Emils. We're nicely on track, I think, with the program. So thank you for the presentation. And now I give the floor to Talis to moderate a brief panel debate among the participants of the morning and early afternoon sessions of the conference. I see that not all presenters are there, but I think we have a critical mass of those. So I think there can be some debate. So Talis, please go ahead.
Thank you. And is Mikelis here as well?
Unfortunately,
he
I
isn't.
don't see him.
And Aivars and Mikelis, they are not. Okay, then we have 4 panelists: Kadi, Mintautas, Artis, Emils. Thank you so much for this rich morning session. I really enjoyed and learned. We started with more social science and ended with philosophical and interdisciplinary social theory kind of ideas. We have only 15 minutes for 4 persons, 3-minute person, 3-minute. I was making notes and thinking how to organize, and perhaps this time, maybe I start with a 20-second question, backing up my question and go in the sequence of speakers. Otherwise, we cannot allow, for example, 2 questions and 4 speakers. Not time for that. But if we start, Kadi, with you, you coined this idea, no such thing as waste, you know? You argued we have to find other ways of usage. And what Aivars in the beginning, he coined a phrase, in the loop, you know? Not only waste kept in the loop, but I think he argued also keeping people, policies and businesses in the loop, because he also said out of loop, if someone is thrown out of loop, there is no win-win situation for circular economy. But my question to you would be how to bring in the loop. I know your paper was mainly about, you know, technical and legal aspects and keeping waste in the loop. Do you have kind of ideas how not to lose in those loops the businesses as such who fail, the policies who are so difficult to bring in the regulations? Any kind of ideas or reactions to this question?
I believe, thank you for this question. I believe maybe the shortest answer to this would be what we are suggesting also in the with our research is self-management system. The EU is already working on standards for reporting for sustainability, but this is a requirement only for larger companies. But since primary production is essentially the part of any company's value chain, then without having this management system in the primary production, then eventually at the end of the chain or in the loop, if we are talking about the circular economy, you can't have some parts that fail to have transparency and accountability of their resource use. So the transparency enables to understand where are there opportunities for bringing anyone in, where you are lacking in innovation resource, whatever it may be that hinders the circular practice or engaging with other resources. Because like you're saying with people, yes, we don't measure people and use of human time in circular economy, or resource use at least, but eventually this is part of our economic system. So the kind of, whether it's ESG or any sort of environmental management system a company has, that would be the first step. If you don't manage what you don't measure.
Thank you so much. You highlighted this transparency, and do you feel also you referred to company decision-making structures? Are these companies, circular companies, somehow bringing in transparency in their decisions or outer communications so that they make transparency about their circular approaches, value for the society, for the nature?
Mm-hmm. I think this is the topic that Emils has been covering more. It's about understanding what is normal or what's natural, what is even worth highlighting, because what is common sense doesn't seem to be like something you need to now talk about in a circularity framework, for example. So there is a framework would help everybody to understand the material streams and practices in a unified way. Otherwise, everybody has their own approach into what is waste and what is circular and what is sustainable. When you start from it's just common sense. That's how we've always done this. Why do I have to start keeping counts on, I don't know, whatever that resource might be, manure or leftover crops?
Thank you, Kadi, for these elaborations. I think a transparency concept is also a partly ethical concept, and we can go to Mintautas' presentation and question to Mintautas. You compellingly demonstrated that there is ethical dimension also around waste, in the waste, and connecting to consciousness, a responsibility of people, and possibly not only people as individuals, but also people as businesses. And there is ethics of businesses perhaps also towards waste. But in your vivid pictures, you demonstrated how the waste, in fact, has been accumulated in the nature. And this was striking, but there is also hidden practices also accumulated, wasteful practices. And my question would be, how do you see ethics of people and ethics of businesses in terms of applied ethics, behaviors, could deal with both type of accumulated waste in the nature, it's out there, but also inside us as wasteful behaviors? How do you say ethics could help?
Mm-hmm. So thank you for your question. Of course, there is a very, how to say, difficult topic. I think that we need, when we think about our relationship with waste, especially in this problematic of Anthropocene, we have to ask also about ethics. Is our ethics anthropocentric, or maybe we can go to other post-anthropocentric or maybe different hybrid worldviews, as was in presentation of Artis. So I think that there is a huge topic about modernity and relationship between modernity and Anthropocene, because modernity formed our worldview that human is exceptional being and other things, nature, animals, and so on, are simply resources. And a field of ethics and politics, it's only between humans, and other beings are simply resources. So if we are going to another world view, if you think try to think post-anthropocentric, if we think that nature, animals, and other living beings also are ethical and political subjects, so we have to rethink such concepts that we thought they are ethically neutral. For example, consuming. Consuming is not simply consuming resources. It's something taken from nature, and it has to have ethical evaluation. Also, wasting is not, as I tried to show, is not simply something throwing out, but you can pollute someone's environment and so on. But of course, it is not easy to think in such a post-anthropocentric view, or maybe it's how to say, it's easy to think on philosophical level, because you understand that, okay, we can imagine a situation where other living beings also are ethical and political subject. But our politics, our economics is based on anthropocentric worldview. If we think about our law system, if we think about our economics, it's very, very anthropocentric, despite all discourses about Anthropocene, post-nature discourses, and so on. I think that is not easy, and there are many thinkers who think how to change the situation. For example, Donna Haraway, she talked about the curious practice, and usually you can do some changes. Not of course, here you have to think in two levels. One on the global and think about institutions, because only institutions can force some business practices to be more green and so on. We need global agreements about climate change and so on. But otherwise, we need to do changes in everyday consciousness, that everyone has tried to start to think that every consuming, every wasting is also not simply consuming. You are also in relation with other living beings. So this complexity, you have, it's a question of education, I think, from my point of view. And but of course, how to do this through different practices, it's not so easy. So
thank you, Mintautas. It was a very valuable contribution. And by the way, you know, we collaborated in Circle project with philosophers from Vilnius University, and not only at the level of concepts and theories, but also even methods, how we confronted different methods of different disciplines, how it's possible to work together. That was very nice. Now moving to our next speaker, Artis. You nicely referred circular economy idea to background kind of reasoning, ideas of an environmentalist paradigm, environmental ethics, and how these background ideas themselves involve in contemporary environmentalism, humans and post-nature. And you sharpened an argument that now it's time for sustainable socio-ecological systems, and in particular coexistence. At some point in your intervention, you seemed rather skeptical that this all circular economy stuff is a kind, or might be a kind of hackerism in the old fashion of capitalism, the same capitalist efficiency approach, etc., if I don't misinterpret you. But then this raises my question, how to deal with this coexistence, and how to bring, can at all the circular economy, which by idea is letting biological cycles evolve and be in harmony with technical cycles, human cycles, economic cycles. But do you see that this circular economy idea still has a promise to bring back harmony, to reconnect nature and humans, and perhaps to factor in also technology, economy, and very recently the digital world, the artificial things like that, because they are not anymore only socio-ecological systems, but they are socio-ecological, technical, and digital systems, which may add splits, you know. But do you see that some salvation, some hope could be put on circular economy?
Well, that's a huge question, but a couple of comments. First is that I think that there's nothing wrong with the idea of circular economy. The question is whether it will function as we hope it will. And I had a shock some time ago. I don't know. I thought that somehow I used to read in my childhood books about, I don't know, how environment is going, what kind of problems we have with the environment, and I somehow thought that the trouble was in 70s and 60s when people sort of didn't understand how bad the situation is, and now we are just dealing with something that is inherited from that time, but it's the other way around. I mean, we are so environmentally conscious as never before, but we are wasting as much more than we did 30 years ago, and that's the issue I'm raising. So we have beautiful philosophical ideas and books and so on, but look what is going on. I mean. And so the question is whether this circular economy idea will bring us to this aim that we sort of are aiming for if we keep all the assumptions that we don't want to change, like, for example, economical development and so on. I'm not a communist, no, but I think that there is certain kind of doubts about that. So that's kind of a short comment there.
Good thoughts. Thank you, Artis, for the European Commission in the context of their circular economy framework and plans, etc. Refreshing criticisms as well. Thanks for that. And our last, not least, speaker was Emils, who took up this issue of working together interdisciplinary, like in the morning session when different disciplines presented papers, and you emphasize that there is a much ambivalence around interdisciplinarity. The context of post-normal science and situation where disagreements prevail over agreements and all sorts of difficulties, and your argument was that perhaps plasticity and flexibility could help us as a precondition, at least for us as scientists, when we could work together on boundary objects together among different disciplines in the research process, which actually we try to do in the circle research. And my question, I understand also that you don't believe in artificial training of interdisciplinarity, that this is a organic work. But my question would be, what would be your bachelor level wisdom and suggestion for interdisciplinary research co-working, the bachelor level? And what would be your master level wisdom and advice for doing work in interdisciplinary research teams?
That's a tough one. I guess the undergraduate level suggestion would be take each other seriously. It's a very simple suggestion. Very hard to follow this piece of advice in practice, though. But yeah, just taking each other's perspective seriously goes a long way. Postgraduate level, so master's level. Consider the possibility that you are slightly wrong. Maybe, I don't know. Just thinking about how we talked about waste in our project. Initially I was sort of surprised by the fact that we had to use this very specific legal definition of waste. But then again, it can do productive work in certain contexts. Kadi's presentation, Kadi's paper. So the fact that my understanding of waste, or I don't know, even circularity, was perhaps more inclusive doesn't necessarily make it better, right? There are certain contexts in which the perspectives coming from another discipline highlight gaps and blind spots in your own approach. Maybe that would be my postgraduate level suggestion.
Excellent. Thank you, Emils, and thanks to all presenters. Very, very thought-provoking and inspiring. Thank you again. And I hand back to Anda for further management of the conference.
Thank you, Talis. I think this was a much needed joint discussion, at least cutting across the different topics that seem to be very different, but I think there is a unifying thread throughout them, and I think this discussion nicely summarized that. So thanks a lot for that. Thanks a lot for all the speakers of the first part of the conference. I'm very glad we made it in time. So this is a good thing, I think. But I hope no one was left with ideas not said as intended initially. So thanks a lot again. And we now take an hour break. So stretch again, have some lunch, and come back, please. We'll dwell into some examples of more specific circular uses of bioresources and from different countries. So please keep your presence at the conference, and see you in an hour. So thank you. Take a break.
Thank you. See you.
Okay, I think we'll be disciplined and resume as planned according to the program to allow all speakers the deserved time they have. Without any further ado, I give the floor to our invited speaker, Raimonda Soloha from the Institute of Microbiology and Biotechnology at the University of Latvia, with a presentation entitled Estimation and Biovalorization of Food Industry Byproducts in Northern Europe. So Raimonda, you're most welcome.
Okay, thank you. Great. Yes, thank you for all the previous presentations. They were very insightful. And in my presentation, I would like to present a work that was done together with my colleagues, Liv Christiana Lukasha and Elena Dace. And I was quite glad to hear that there were a lot of discussions about how we define different resource flows and how we can frame them. And because this is something I've been dealing with in my research and also during my PhD studies. But this particular study would be about a specific stage of the food supply chain, and also about the specific resource flow. In this term, in my study, I used the term byproducts, but I kind of stepped a bit away from the legal framing of the definition. But the primary aim of the study was to estimate the quantities of food industry byproducts in Northern European countries we considered eight countries, the Scandinavian ones and the Baltic states. And for the reference, we defined byproduct as a side flow, which is formed during the production of food product, processed food product from primary product, but at the same time, which is not the primary target product of the production. And the second aim of the study was to identify what are the emerging scientific research into value-added products through the biotechnology applications to close the bio-based material and resource loop. And regards the topicality, Talis Tisenkopfs already showed it in his presentation, this hierarchy of cascading biorefinery products. In our study, we aimed at focusing on what could be the potential high-value products that can be produced using the byproducts. Because in the EU, we have the circular bioeconomy strategy, which has a few sentences about that it's necessary to add value to secondary bioresources. And in this sense, a byproduct is also a secondary bioresource. Then resource quantification is also something important because, as already mentioned previously, what measured can be managed, and by identifying secondary bioresources, it would be possible to know what and whether these flows can be valorized, and then explore these value-added products. And of course, it should be that bioresource is, or secondary bioresource specifically, is researched over fossil fuel. Then regarding the research problem, there is no current obligation for reporting byproducts and their utilization pathways, as it is with the food waste in the EU. Therefore, there is no uniform guidelines for quantifying byproducts, as a resulting in inconsistently and sporadically reported data, and also limited information on biovalorization pathways and policy documents, which leads to potential hindered implementation of circular bioeconomy into practice through application of these secondary bioresources, and also inefficient policy decision-making for circular regional bioeconomy development. A little bit about the research methodology. We used primarily statistical data and also scientific research literature to combine these two different aims. So first, we by using the data from the Food and Agriculture Organization, we identified the top 20 products, processed food products in each of the analyzed countries. To reduce the scope and amount of materials, we excluded meat from the analysis. Then for all the selected food products, we identified respective byproducts that can be formed. And then kind of the task was divided into two different flows. One was to estimate byproduct coefficients, which was done through gathering and analyzing literature, and then to estimate the quantities. And the second flow was diverted to analyzing the scientific literature on emerging biovalorization approaches through using original research articles. And then the products were classified and two different databases were created. To make it short, because there's limited data, among the products that we analyzed and for which we estimated byproducts, for the animal-based product, cheese appeared to be the most common and most produced in all of the analyzed countries, with Denmark showing the highest quantities. And in terms of plant-based products, it was divided between wheat flour and beer. And in the following slides, I will focus on the byproducts that were the byproducts and value-added products from these specific products. Before I go into more detail, here is an overview of all the products for which we defined byproducts. As can be seen from the previous slide, cheese, wheat flour, and beer, barley are the kind of most predominant food products. But on this graph, it can also be seen that, for example, beet sugar has quite a high quantities of byproducts being generated. And by byproduct 1 and byproduct 2, I mean that for some products, we identified that there are different byproduct flows that are being generated. In the case of cheese, it's whey. In the case of sugar, it's sugar beet pulp and molasses. And then in this presentation, to make it short, in terms of value-added products, I will talk about the major groups of value-added products that we identified through the analysis. And those are acids, alcohols, antioxidants, enzymes, polymers, proteins, and sugars. And also to remind that we focused not primarily, but we focused fully on biological valorization, which means that we analyzed those studies where application of microorganisms were used in the valorization of the byproducts, kind of to understand what's there for the biotechnology field. Yeah, so for the cheese production, the byproduct that we identified was fresh whey. As can be seen, that then the generation of the byproduct is way higher than the actual target product that is being produced. And on average, 5.25 tons of fresh whey byproduct can be produced per 1 ton of cheese product. And here it's primarily because whey is a product that contains that has a very high content of water. That's why also the quantities are so high. And whey is a carbohydrate-rich substrate, and in most of the studies that were analyzed, whey was used as either carbon or a nitrogen source. And from all the product groups, value-added product groups that were identified, all except proteins were studied using the biological valorization methods. In terms of beer production, the distribution between product and byproduct is a bit different because beer itself is the product high in water. Therefore, the byproducts formed, let's say, form smaller parts, but still two different groups were identified: brewers spent grain and spent yeast. Here, on average, 0.12 tons of spent grain and 0.02 tons of spent yeast are generated per 1 ton of beer produced. And in our study, we only analyzed the byproduct spent grain, and for spent yeast, we didn't find any biovalorization method, biovalorization studies. But from the products analyzed, there were alcohols, antioxidants, enzymes, and polymers. And from these value-added products, enzymes were the most studied product. In terms of wheat flour, two different types of byproducts were identified: bran of wheat and as well as germ of wheat. And bran of wheat is a fiber-rich product, while germ is carbohydrate-rich. And on average, 0.23 tons wheat bran is generated per 1 ton of wheat flour. And among value-added products, similarly to the previous slide for spent grain, also in terms of bran of wheat, enzymes are the most analyzed and researched value-added products in the analyzed literature. And I also added a slide on sugar production because it was the product that had the highest amount of byproducts that we identified, which is, as already mentioned earlier, sugar beet pulp and molasses. And this is also the product which was only produced in 4 of the analyzed countries. In Latvia, there is no data because we don't really have any sugar beet factory in place. But in terms of the byproducts that are formed, both sugar beet pulp and molasses are carbohydrate-rich sources. And as can be seen, then also quite large amount, 3.57 tons of sugar beet pulp on fresh weight on red basis can be generated per 1 ton of sugar produced. And in terms of value-added products that are being researched, we identified acid, alcohols, and enzymes. To talk a little bit about specific examples of value-added products, as I already mentioned in the previous slides, then enzymes were among the predominant value-added products that were analyzed in the scientific literature. And the most common substrates that were used were brewers and grain and different types of cereal bran, including wheat bran. All of these sources are carbon and nitrogen sources and are good substrates for enzyme production because of the cellulosic content. The specific enzyme itself can be used in paper and pulp industry as a component in bleaching process. Thus, it can contribute to reducing application of fluoride dioxide, which is the conventional chemical compound that's being used in the process. And it's also shown that this enzyme can improve the mechanical properties of paper. Despite the benefits, there are still drawbacks because the enzyme has high production costs and the production of it is quite energy intensive as reported in the research article. Moving on towards the conclusions, I would start with the limitations of the study that we carried out. First of all, regarding byproducts, because we mainly use the secondary data in our analysis, we discovered that there is limited data and they are distributed and reported quite sporadically. And as a result, it was actually difficult to quantify, to first estimate specific byproducts and also quantify different ranges of how much byproduct can be formed, because also the way how it is reported in different studies is different, and it makes it difficult to interpret the data. And we also applied uniform coefficients to all the countries that we analyzed and did not consider some technological nuances that might happen because of different production processes or how different technologies are applied in the production of wood products. In terms of value-added products, all the studied examples in the literature were at quite low technology readiness, moving up to number 4, but still all of the studies were lab scale experiment, either smaller size or small reactors, but not scaled up to industry. And as a result, it was hard to estimate how much value-added products could actually potentially be acquired through the application of the specific byproduct. Regarding the limitations, the strength of the study is that the uniform method was applied to a specific geographical context, thus providing a possibility of understanding the overview of the situation in different countries. And this method can also be extended by adding new countries and adding new products to the scope. And in addition, the study provides a comprehensive overview of byproduct coefficient estimates and also value-added products that can be produced applying biovalorization approaches. Regarding the further outlook, the next kind of aim in the study is to increase understanding of byproduct formation and also extend the scope of quantification of byproduct coefficient and the value-added products. But a leave of thought that's left with this study is that it's also important to evaluate byproduct suitability for producing value-added products, because as noticed in the scientific literature that we analyzed, there were some byproducts that were used in the production of the same value-added product. So it would be interesting and valuable to see if there is some kind of possibility for replacement. And then it's also important to compare the bio-based product alternatives with fossil fuel-based or other refinery products to consider the environmental impacts and understand if it's really more sustainable option. That's shortly about the study. More results can be found on the article that we published recently with all the supplementary material in detail. Thank you for the attention.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Raimonda, and congratulations on the publication. I think that's a great thing that these type of analyses are made available and in academic literature as well, but also for the audience of this conference as well. I really appreciate your input. I think that's very valuable also for the Circle project insights. I have a question of my own, but I see that Albert has raised a hand, so I'll give the floor to you first.
Hello. I have a question about your conclusions. Does your study suggest that it's worth considering alternative valorization also for products, byproducts, for example, rapeseed cakes that already have typical use as ingredients of animal feed?
Thank you for the question. In this particular study, we did not analyze what's already there in place or being researched, because the primary aim was to understand what could be the potential alternatives for producing these value-added products through the biotechnology approaches, because the field is quite emerging. But I do agree that it would also be important to take into consideration and understand what's the quantities that are already quantities of byproducts that already have, let's say, economic use and application. But in this particular study, we did not do that. So I don't have, let's say, clear understanding of what fraction is already being used and how much room there is for further valorization. I hope that answered the question.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'll keep my question to myself. Let's see if I have an opportunity to ask that later on. But thanks again, Raimonda, very interesting, and I hope you can stay until the final debate with us. With this, I pass the floor already to Albert, who already presented himself through the question. But please, Albert, now it's your turn. Albert Auzins is from the Institute of Agricultural Resources and Economics, and he'll present a paper on assessing the socioeconomic benefits of insect meal and as a fish meal substitute in livestock and aquaculture, and also based on results from the Circle project. So, Albert, please, the floor is yours.
My name, as I mentioned, Albert Auzins, and I have an honor present the study of our team. I hope that you hear me and most significant, you see my presentation in full screen view. Within the Circle project, we have carried out cost-benefit analysis of several circular business models to assess whether these models are desirable from socio-economic perspective according to current assumptions and estimates. And if not, what are reasons for it, and could any factors change the assessment? In today's presentation, I will present the analysis of one circular business model. A cost-benefit analysis is a typical approach that first allows estimating the pros and cons of two or more alternatives, and second analyzes the balance of expected benefits and costs, and usually this analysis is expressed in quantitative terms. However, it's also possible to use qualitative analysis as well. There are two main types of cost-benefit analysis, financial analysis and socio-economic analysis, which sometimes is also called simply economic analysis. The aim of financial analysis is to assess the project's profitability from the financial perspective of its owner. It considers financial perspective, that is cash flows. Socio-economic analysis aims to appraise the project's contribution to the welfare of society. Like financial analysis, it also involves incremental approach. However, its main feature is that it provides a much wider perspective. Namely, the results of this analysis indicate whether the society is better off with the project business model, and etc. In our study, we are conducting socio-economic analysis. Before moving forward, I would like to note that our analysis of circular business models are also resonate with new sustainability reporting framework. Probably you have heard about it. According to this framework, companies will have to disclose whether and how they plan to address transition away from using primary or virgin resources and increasing the use of secondary or recycled resources. The background of our evaluation is comprised of three elements. The first element is the guide by the European Commission, which make up theoretical basics for socio-economic cost-benefit analysis. The second one is two cases or circular business models involving insect meal production, and these cases are located in Norway and Lithuania. In this presentation, I will discuss only Lithuanian case. And third element of our evaluation is empirical data from the laboratory trials conducted by Estonian University of Life Sciences, which is our project partner. Probably many will ask why insects. There are several reasons for it. First, at present, fish meal as protein-rich ingredient with very good amino acid profile is quite widely used in aquaculture and livestock. However, now fish meal is not regarded as environmentally sustainable if it's obtained from bycatch, especially from reduction, so-called reduction fishing, which means fishing for the aim to process fish into fish meal and fish oil. Second, the insect meal provides a potential alternative to fish meal. Current studies suggest that it could become an alternative to fish meal in animal feeding, and it can be produced in circular manner, for example, by processing food leftovers. Third, the conversion of organic leftovers into valuable ingredients with high protein, with high content of protein and fat by insects can mitigate the adverse environmental impact associated with fish meal production. And fourth, current studies have mainly focused on organic waste treatment with insects, feeding trials, and etc., but not on social economic analysis of costs and benefits. According to the methodology to assess the benefits and costs related to examined circular business model, it is essential to formulate an appropriate baseline scenario, which is theoretical and represents business as usual. So we get the flows of bio resources for both scenarios. The right-hand chart shows the flows in the case of baseline scenario. As you can see, this scenario is only partly circular and still possesses some linearity. The red arrow indicates the threats to nature. The left-hand scenario chart represents the flows of circular business model where insect rearing and processing are involved. The blue arrows indicate the difference between baseline and circular scenarios, and as you can see, the initiative of insect meal production allows closing the loop and thus achieving circularity to much higher extent. We have identified and assessed the following social economic benefits and costs related to this case. The benefits are comprised of economic value of larvae meal and oil as feed, economic value of frass as fertilizer, avoided greenhouse emissions from fish meal production. This benefit is related to substitution of fish meal, and the last identified benefit, the avoided adverse impact of on biodiversity and ecosystems from reduction fishery. This is probably significant benefit. However, we have not yet managed to quantify it yet. The costs are comprised of such typical costs as investment cost of insect rearing and larvae processing, energy, water and sewage, consumables and other operating costs, labor. In addition, there are also socio-economic costs of greenhouse emissions from consumed energy in insect rearing and larvae processing, and net economic value of substituted fish meal and fish oil. In order to make the socio-economic benefits and costs which occur at different time periods comparable, we have calculated their present or discounted value. As you can see, the present value of cost exceeds the present value of the benefits, and the net economic present value is negative. It should be noted that the balance is also negative even the investment costs are excluded from the calculation. As the results of our study indicate the negative balance between benefits and costs, it can be inferred that that the case contribution to the welfare of society is negative. So it leads to the question whether the balance will be negative in the future too, or it can become positive in the future. We do not have a certain answer now. However, there are several factors which can affect the assessment in the future. First, the monetary evaluation of avoided adverse impact of biodiversity and ecosystems. As I mentioned before, currently we have not assessed this benefit. Second, the reduction in investment in intensity, which appears to be very, very high currently. Third, the reduction of labor and material intensity. Our current estimates indicate that the current intensity of these inputs is considerably high. And fourth, the increase in value of insect protein and lipids. If the economic value of protein and lipids increase, it will also increase the social economic benefits from produced insect meal and oil. Also, changes in society's preferences can affect the economic value of nutrients, especially lipids. It is quite likely that changes only in one of these mentioned factors will not make the balance positive. However, the changes in several factors can result in the positive balance, can make the balance positive of and make insect rearing and larvae processing desirable from social economic perspective. In conclusion, I would like to thank Baltic Studies Center for excellent leadership throughout the project and to all our esteemed partners for the collaboration. It has been a pleasure to contribute to Circle, and we gain invaluable experience. Thank you for attention.
Thanks a lot, Albert, for the compliments and also for the presentation. It's also been a pleasure to work with you on this project and learn a lot about the economic perspective on the circular use of bioresources. If I may, just to add one question on my part, I was wondering if in doing your research, you encountered some factors that might be country specific in terms of whether it's feasible to pursue such change from fish meal to insect meal. I don't know, because of the climatic conditions or the structure of the economy or some other, maybe you can tell a bit about that.
There are several country-specific factors. For example, if we speak about cost side, for example, labor in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, the labor cost is at one level. But for example, in Norway, it's about even up to 4 or 5 times higher if we look at this average labor costs. So this is typical country-specific factor. In case of energy, these cost differences is also, but it's not so. It's not so big. And but however, I think that and the effects of biodiversity, it's at the moment quite hard to judge because these marine systems are quite global. However, Baltic Sea and, for example, North Sea, they also differ. So there can be both similar but not identical effects of biodiversity and ecosystems.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone from the audience has a question? Because we can still have one question, I think. So please feel free to jump in. If not, just maybe one more follow-up question of myself. Did I get it right that this type of production of insect meal is still in very sort of early stage globally, or are there some commercialized examples already somewhere in the world?
No, from our findings and our partners' findings, it appears that insect rearing is in quite early stage. It's actually like startups. So there is quite big uncertainty about data, about some estimates, and there's still unknown factors.
Okay, thanks a lot, Albert. And good luck with the publication. Okay, and now we go to the next speaker, and we're very happy to welcome today Georgii Geletukha. I hope I pronounced it correctly, from Ukraine. We're very happy that you're able to join us. We had Ukraine as one of the additional countries we incorporated in our project, but we're happy to have an also invited speaker to give a presentation on the prospects of biomethane in Ukraine. So, Georgii, please, the floor is yours.
Hello to everybody, and thank you for invitation. Title of my presentation: Prospects of Biomethane in Ukraine. I presented Bioenergy Association of Ukraine. This is not-profit organization, unites business and experts for sustainable bioenergy development in Ukraine. We established 11 years ago. We have 45 companies as our members, about half of real players in the area of biogas, biomethane, electricity and heat production in Ukraine are members of our association. In the area of biogas and biomethane, we have such picture. Totally, we have 83 biogas plants, 50 in agriculture and food processing industries, and 33 for biogas from landfills, landfill gas. Total, most of them are working for electricity production, and total capacity 140 megawatt electrical from biogas we have at the moment. And we already constructed 2 biomethane plants with total capacity 6 million cubic meters of biomethane per year. And we have quite different capacities in biogas plants, from very small, less than 1 megawatt, till 26 megawatt is our biggest biogas plant in Ukraine. And we also have experience with different types of feedstock. And at the moment, we consider we have good conditions for biomethane development. Why biomethane? Because it's completely ready for injection in the gas network today. There is no need for investments in the modernization of gas transmission system or gas distribution system and gas equipment like gas burners, engines, turbines. Today, it is the cheapest possible renewable gas, and the biomethane plants, in addition to biomethane, generate so-called digestate, which can become the main organic fertilizer necessary for revival of Ukrainian soil. Why in Ukraine? Ukraine has largest area of agricultural land in Europe, and accordingly one of the best agricultural raw material potentials for biomethane production. Ukraine can offer the cheapest raw material for production of biomethane and really compete with any countries on the biomethane market. Ukraine has a developed system of gas networks, both gas transmission and gas distribution systems. The structure of agricultural enterprises is favorable for production of biomethane. We have large share of large and medium-sized enterprises with high concentration of biomass as a raw material, and the possibility of exporting biomethane to the premium EU market, which has adopted ambition plans for production of biomethane, 35 billion cubic meters per year in 2030, and Ukraine can potentially provide up to 20% of these needs. Our estimation of biomethane potential in Ukraine presented in this slide. Totally, it's 21.8 billion cubic meters of biomethane per year. It's very close to all natural gas consumption, which we have at the moment. and is about 2/3 of natural gas consumption before the war. Distribution of our potential is on this picture. The darker colors, the more biomethane can be produced in that specific oblast. And the leader is Vilnius. Next, Kiev. You see, center of Ukraine is the most interesting for production of biomethane. Also, we developed online Google map, which can help to potential investors in biomethane in Ukraine. The link is presented in the bottom part of the slide. And on this map, collected information on concentrated resources of biomass as a raw material, on existing gas pipe systems, and other useful information. And using this map, we can select a good place for construction of biomethane. This is very draft figures for feasibility parameters of biomethane plant with capacity 10 million cubic meters of biomethane per year in Ukrainian conditions. We estimate price of raw material in average 40 euro per ton. We estimate price of biomethane selling is 90 euro per megawatt hour. Capex for this plant is about 16 million euro. And the internal rate of return, you see, quite interesting, 28%, with payback period 3.6 years. Then this type of project is interesting for any type of investors. And we see growing interest to this type of project in Ukraine, even in the current war conditions. Legislation for this is ready in Ukraine. Basic law on biomethane production accepted in 2021. Additional law on stimulation of investment in biogas, biomethane, also bioethanol was accepted in 2023. About 2 weeks ago, we accepted also special law on custom clearance of biomethane to allow export of biomethane from Ukraine to other countries, having ban of the export of natural gas. This is a specific situation. Ukraine is not exporting natural gas, but allow to export biomethane. And we have also some resolutions about establishment of biomethane register. And we have some decisions of our regulator on also on supporting biomethane sector in Ukraine. And our first biomethane plant was constructed in April 2003 on the base of existing biogas plant. Existing biogas plant has capacity 6.9 megawatt electrical, and 1.3 megawatt from this was converted to biomethane. It was established membrane technology for upgrading of biogas till biomethane, and capacity of this upgrading part is 3 million cubic meters of biomethane per year. And this plant is fully ready for operation, and now they continue generate electricity and waiting real start of the export. And we prognose that real start of the export will start somewhere in May or June this year, and this plant will export this biomethane to one of EU buyer. And similar situation with the other plant in other company and other region, but capacity is also 3 million cubic meters of biomethane per year. fully constructed, ready to operate, and waiting start of the export. And the third plant is a little bit bigger, 5.2 megawatt electrical. Now they are producing electricity, but they already constructed this upgrading technology for biomethane production, and now they are also constructing this refrigerating technology for liquefaction of biomethane till bio-LNG, and this company will produce bio-LNG. And this is point of view of our association on possibilities of biomethane production in Ukraine. You remember our potential is 21.8 billion cubic meters per year. Then we see possibility to reach this 20 till 2050. And about half of this figure is for export and half for internal consumption. For this, we will need 4,000 biomethane plant with average capacity 5 million cubic meters of biomethane per year. Total investments for this will be needed 40 billion euro. Reduction of CO2 and other greenhouse gases is 50 million tons of CO2 per year. And the total jobs is 50,000 new jobs. You see, this is a new, huge, exported-oriented sector which can be created in Ukraine, and we see all possibilities for this, and we believe that it will be a success story. Thank you very much. Welcome to Ukraine and to our association.
Thanks a lot, Georgii. Very nice to have these practical examples of things already happening. I have a question of my own, but I'll first give the floor to Talis, who is sitting just behind me, beside me, and he had a question to you.
Yeah, thank you again for your presentation. Very interesting. And as you know, in this project, we employ also the 2 Ukrainian research assistants who came as a refuge into Latvia. They worked on this project. My question is, what kind of bio material is put in the equipment? And my second question, these technologies seem impressive and large scale. How do you access them? Do you import them? Do you develop? And is there sufficient technical and innovation kind of technical development support in Ukraine for this development? Thank you.
Okay. You see, we have more than 80 biogas plants, and we have quite different raw materials for them. Part of them working on the manure from cow, pigs, and chicken litter. This is quite big part, but unfortunately, this sector is not very developed in Ukraine, and we have not enough manure and chicken litter for at least for these 20 billion cubic meters. And we also use all different types of field residues. That it's straw, but not too much. But we have many attempts to use straw, like 10% from total raw materials in the plant, something like this. We have also big share of sugar beet pulp or sugar beet press. Yeah, that it's this is residues after sugar production. We have a lot of plants using this. Also, we used till now some corn silage, especially harvested for these plants. It's not popular at the moment, but these plants were constructed during 10 years, and at least in the beginning, it was no any restrictions for corn silage. Now it's not the same. Yeah, that in my opinion, we practically try to all kind of raw material which we have. But at the moment, we are oriented on the export of biomethane to EU countries. And for this, we see from our buyers the biggest interest to biomethane from waste. And this waste is clear mentioned in the Annex 9 of Directive RED II. And this is list of waste from which biomethane will be considered as advanced. And for this advanced biomass, the highest price will be paid. And now practically no interest to corn silage, for example, but because in any case, corn silage is not a waste. But straw is interesting, manure, chicken litter, also corn stems is interesting, and big interest at the moment to so-called intermediate crops. This is crops which is harvested between two main crops. And in this Directive RED II is mentioned as one of the material from which also possible to receive this advanced biomethane. And also one topic, we have no real experience, but we see interest to this as well. This is biomass harvested on the degraded or contaminated lands. And at the moment, unfortunately, we have a lot of such lands. And I guess we will also use maybe even this corn silage, but harvested on this type of lands. And according directive, it will be also calculated as a waste. And your second question about equipment which we use. 10 years ago when we started, practically all plants used foreign expertise, typically from Germany, Netherlands, Austria, from these countries. And practically first plants were constructed by this way. But now we have at least 5-6 Ukrainian companies who has consultants in that countries, but 95% of work they are doing themselves. That at the moment it's practically 95% Ukrainian plants. I mean that services doing by Ukrainian companies, but equipment, of course, many elements is abroad. If it's electricity, these cogeneration units, it's quite famous companies. This is Inbacher or Deutz or Caterpillar. And pumps, mixers is mostly from Germany. Some plastics for membranes also from Europe. But of course, these meson tanks, concrete, all construction works and so on, all this Ukrainian. And we see more and more elements is producing internally. That at the moment, especially at the moment, I guess you will not find a foreign company which will be ready to work in Ukraine. That in any case, you will have possibility to construct new plant only with Ukrainian company with consultation from abroad. That situation like this at the moment.
Okay, thanks a lot. I just wanted to maybe add from my side that we learned a lot about the potential and actual use of sunflower husks based on the Ukrainian experience. And I think that was something that we don't grow here. So that was an interesting add. And thanks a lot for joining. And we all stand with Ukraine in your hard times. So hopefully the peace will come soon. So good luck with your work. And
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck to you as well.
Okay, and now we go further to our next speaker in this session, Reelika Rätsep from the Polyhorticultural Research Center in Estonia. So on a topic, some thoughts about sustainable food production in terms of circular bioeconomy. So the screen is yours.
Thank you. So, hello everybody and good afternoon. My name is Reelika Rätsep and I work at the Estonian University of Life Sciences and more precisely at the Polyhorticultural Research Center. So I have been dealing with sustainable food production and different extraction and preparation methods of different kind of plant-based materials, and also now as the topic of byproducts and side streams is very important, then I have been investigating these topics as well. So I tried to give you some insights and some thoughts of based on my experience and based on our projects. So just a slight glimpse on how we see our world food production. So there are high numbers of production. We can see that the cereal production is way over the fruit production, but still this is not enough to feed the world population. And now we know that we also waste a lot of resources, a lot of food goes to waste, a lot of side streams are not valorized enough, and this is an issue that needs to be considered and addressed. So when we take the example of Estonia, here are two figures of the cultivation of vegetable and fruit and berry crops in 2023, and we can see from here, as Estonia is a very small country, we have our own vegetable self-supply level of 37%, but the fruit and berry self-supply level is only 5%. So that means that most of the fruits and berries that we eat daily are coming from the import of the different kind of fruits and berries. So these numbers could be higher, but this is a question of how to manage the production and how to get to the consumers. So we should promote the local production, and this is the question of the land use as well, because if we use the long-term crops, so-called, if we grow, for example, apple trees or grapes, we know that we have 10, 20, 30, and even more years under this cultivation, but the short-term crops, they are only annual, and this will change the food supply chain. So in case of local produce, we also should support the short supply chain, because if we support our surrounding enterprises and our producers, then we gain a lot. And of course, the valuable nutrients, we know that people should eat some products that are growing not more far than 100 or 200 kilometers from their home. So the most valuable nutrients grow around us in the specific conditions, in the specific areas. Now, when considering the cultivation of different fruits and berries, for example, in general, then concerning the sustainable food production, we can do a lot about going to the sustainable food production. For example, if we target the breeding of new cultivars, and when we consider the specific conditions for growing the different fruits and berries, and then we can gain a lot of good things from the cultivation. When we aim the specific purpose and when we know the consumer groups, then we can be more targeted, and we can spare time and costs for the different methods. Now, we know that we are using a lot of resources, and we are unfortunately still wasting a lot of resources. Here is just an example, very rough example of apple cultivation. According to FAO, it takes around 70 liters of water to produce an apple. So this is a huge amount. And if we afterwards, if we process the apple and we get the piles of press cake, if we are not doing nothing with it, then we know that we have wasted a lot of resources for nothing. So if we choose for cultivation the good and the best practices for for our climate, for our needs, then we can change our production efficiency. If we optimize our processes, then we can save a lot of time and money to manage our side streams and in general in our production. Now, the importance of good cultivation practices. Here are some examples of what we have been dealing with in the past 10 years. So we could consider revising the land use, for example, renovating the old orchards, renovating the old landscapes or old farms. So we could then improve the production and to so-called renovate all the cultivation system. Then we need healthy soils. So we have been investigating the soil conditions and what are inside of the soils and how each cultivar or each species react to the different conditions. And of course, the management of the orchards is very important. It is part of the traditional cultures, but also we can learn the new practices that help us again be more effective, and then share the best cultivation practices to the other people as well. Now, regarding the production efficiency and yield quality, the well-selected cultivars are very important in our production efficiency. If we consider different fruits and berries, then the correct cultivars, the healthy plants, they provide us the fruit quality, and the more quality production we have, the less we assume that there will be any waste or side streams. And of course, if we still have side streams, then the perfect fruit quality will ensure that we have the best quality of side stream as well, when, for example, when we consider the pressing of juices. And the effect of cultivation technologies can't be underestimated, no matter which part of the world we are speaking of. We have also been experimenting with the processing conditions and optimization. So again, if we can use our produce as effectively as we can, for example, using enzymatic treatment on blackcurrant juice pressing, so we can again diminish the amount of the side streams that we produce, and the optimal conditions will help us to optimize all the production steps. And of course, we know that for example, the press cakes of from the juice pressing consist of a lot of health related compounds. So these side streams can be very effectively used for the further purposes. and this is the way to the maximum use of the valuable raw materials. Also, the valorization types or the ways what and how to valorize depend on our produce. So if we can't use the production for maybe further food grade use, we can also consider the animal feed production, but also the woody and herbaceous biomass, which is another type of cultivation side streams, because we need to take care of the grape vines, for example, and then we remove from the plantation a lot of biomass, but now we know that it's also valuable, so we are not just trying to compost it or just trying to burn it or putting into landfill. We consider making something more valuable from it. So every step of the maintenance work need to be considered, and how we manage our orchards. Also, the side stream valorization is related to the healthy food and food safety. So we know that it is important to recover the diversity of crops, because we know that there are already problems with the monocultural, large monocultural fields. So the diversity of the crops, and therefore the diversity of our food on our table, it is very important and need to be considered. And for the natural food ingredients, the local food production, of course, would be the best way. And as we know that the natural food ingredients could substitute the artificial ones, then the more valuable the material is. For example, we have investigated the different antioxidants from the rowan berry, different fractions, and we know that there are many compounds that could help in health related products. And also here on the bottom the picture, you can see the different colors of meatballs. So we investigated the different press cake powders in the mince meat. So the darker ones on the pictures, they are from chokeberry and from blackcurrant. The number 7 is sea buckthorn, and number 1 is the control one, no press cake powder added. So we can see that already the addition of these materials to the food products, they affect the appearance, they affect the taste, they affect the content of these food products. So in terms of valorization, we can provide more healthy food with the natural ingredients, which can provide the protection from the microbial growth, from the diminishing of other compounds. But also we need to consider that somebody needs to buy the product, how expensive it would be and how safe, of course, it would be. So we need to be careful with all the materials, as the previous speakers also said, that actually the quality of the material, it can be quite different, and as we don't know the amounts of different materials or the side streams that are occurring in different places, they depend on their processing technologies. It's not evenly distributed. So there are a lot of things that we need to consider concerning using the side streams in the new food products. And the most important part, of course, is educating the community and sharing the knowledge. So we had 2 projects where we made the different study materials, the curriculum and the course for the students and for the adult learners in order to increase the awareness of the population, because as previously also the speakers mentioned, that people understand things very differently. The terminology is still not clear, not too clear. So if I say to a person that I put the side stream or byproduct into the meat, then the people, why should I eat something like that? So they need to be educated. They need to understand why is it and if it's good or not. And the second project was also the methods of how to reduce food waste in flour-based products. So here also we made a curricula course and we did some staff training on practical guidelines of how to work with these topics. So this is all from my side. I'm happy to answer your questions if you have any.
Yes, thanks a lot, Reelika. Thank you for your experience and input. I see Emils has risen his hand, so please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned towards the end of the presentation that people need to be educated. And my question is, do you really think that it's a question, or primarily a question, of knowledge rather than acceptance?
I think it's both. It's acceptance, it's understanding, and the knowledge, basic knowledge how it works. Because yes, as previously said, it's a question of terminology, of understanding what comes, where it comes, why it comes, and what is the output of all of this.
Okay, thank you. I might guess that Emils is referring to this notion of that knowledge not necessarily leads to acceptance. It can also facilitate critical stances, but information-based stances. But yeah, anyways, I think that's a niche that is still to be explored. Maybe one practical question on my part, thinking you were talking about the side streams and going into the food production and up to the supply chain. I was wondering if in your experience you're also having some examples of how you yourself, as in terms of fruit and berry production, can use some side streams from other bioeconomy sectors. Just one example that I have in mind from the initiative that we collected, that sheep manure and wool is used as fertilizer for grapes, and then the grape leaves are being fed to sheep. So there's this sort of circularity within agriculture, but different subsectors. I was just wondering if you have some examples from your experience of this type or other as a byproduct serving as an input for the production of berries and fruit or vegetables.
Yeah, for example, I think a lot of research has been done with the leaves of different fruits and berries. So, for example, the sea buckthorn leaves, we are working now with how to use the sea buckthorn leaves in the horse feed and for the fish and other aquatic species. So yeah, there are different uses. If it's not for food, we can use it for other, for example, the press cake or this pressing residues can be used for compression forming or something like that to make, for example, decomposing flower pots or something, some materials that could be useful in any particular field.
Okay, thanks a lot. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. I don't see any hands at the moment. So if there aren't any, I think thank you again. And I think maybe we can now have a bit longer stretch break. But I'm very glad that we're on time. So we'll be back in 12 minutes now. So take a rest again, and you're all welcome back. Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to the last session of our today's conference. And we'll start with an invited speaker, and we're very glad to welcome Alexandra Christiansen, the leader from the Circular Norway. It was initially Ellen Annette who was supposed to be there, so don't be surprised by the change in the program, but we're most happy to have you here today. And the presentation title is Status Quo of the Norwegian Circular Economy, a dissemination of the Circularity Gap Report. So please, Alexandra, the floor is yours. So let's switch the presentation. A colleague of ours at Ruralis, the Institute for Rural and Regional Research, on the topic of investigating cross-sectoral flows of bioresource residues in the Baltic-Nordic region. So please begin.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, and full screen is on, so it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. Well, yeah, I'm going to present also some work still in progress. It's one of our last articles we are planning to publish in the Circle project. And yeah, this is a very interdisciplinary project. So we have several co-authors. I listed them on the first slide for this article as well. Today I will present some very preliminary results since we just have 15 minutes. But let's see, I thought to start by taking the step a bit back and show you what we mean by cross-sectoral flow of bioresource residues, so that you have a little bit of a more practical understanding before I go into the research itself. So there we can identify a lot of different cross-sectoral flows. One example could be that we are looking into, for example, we have an example from Latvia where we go from forestry towards a sector outside of the bio-based sector, so a different sector to agriculture or forestry. So it could be the production of bitumen from birch bark for sales to pharmaceutical and cosmetic manufacturers. Another case that we collected in Norway is using animal manure and fish sludge that would go to the production of bioenergy and biofertilizer. Here we would have a kind of going from agriculture to aquaculture back to agriculture. And then another example from Estonia would be using fish waste for compost production, where we go from aquaculture to agriculture. And just to give you another example, I chose this example from Norway that we included in our study. It's a very interesting case. Here we talk about the cross-sector flow from agriculture to a different sector, the food industry. It's about utilizing waste vegetables as ingredients in ready-made meals for the consumer market. You see to the left some pictures of some of the products that are sold in one of the big food retail chains in Norway. So all these products are made of vegetables that you maybe know, like carrots that don't look so nice anymore, people might not buy, so they are made to new meals, which is a really nice example of this kind of cross-sector flow of bioresource residues. Just to tell a little bit about the background of this study. So yeah, I just showed you some examples of the cross-sector flow, but what we lack in a way is more knowledge on the characteristics and the nature of cross-sector flows of bioresource residues. We wanted to find out what type of sectors are involved, which bio-based resources are used, and what types of motivations drive the implementation of these kind of practices. And we studied eight factors in our paper, or we call it conditions. I come back to this, why we call it conditions. It's based on the methodology. And we looked into their role for cross-sector flow of bioresource residues. And you saw already in some of the previous presentations that in Circle we had a big cross-country comparison in the Baltic-Nordic region. The method we applied, and I thought just to tell very briefly about this method so you understand a little bit better what we are doing, is called qualitative comparative analysis. This is a method that allows for a systematic comparison of data. And the underlying assumption here is that each case shows a complex combination of different attributes called conditions in the QCA language that imply a certain outcome. In our case, the outcome that we are interested in is the cross-sectoral flow of bioresource residues. And QCA is based on three important concepts. And the first one is conjunctural causation, meaning that when I talked about 8 factors or conditions we included, that we assume that a combination of these conditions will lead to a certain outcome. So in our case, 8 factors we identified would lead to the cross-sectoral flow of bioresource residues. The second concept is multifinality, meaning that the same factor might show a different effect depending on with which factors we combine it. Because in the QCA logic, it's not so much about the single condition in itself, but it's about the interaction, the combination of conditions. And the third one is equifinality, which means that it might be that a certain combination of conditions will tell me, okay, this leads to a cross-sectoral flow of bioresource residues, but I might also have another combination of conditions telling me the same, which is completely on its own, independent from the other one. So there might be different paths leading to the same outcome. In our study, we applied the crisp set QCA, which means basically that we coded or calibrated our conditions or factors into 1 and 0s, where 1 means it's the presence of a condition and 0 is the absence. And we did the same with the outcome. So we coded cases with 1 where we saw there was a cross-sectoral flow of the bioresource residue, and with 0 where we saw there was not. And QCA then is mainly based on Boolean algebra and a minimization process, showing us in the end what are the real combinations of core conditions leading to the outcome we are interested in our study. Very briefly on the method and also a bit on the definition. So we defined bioresource residue flow as something that ends when the bioresource residue gains its value. And we collected a wide range of cases between May and September in Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and in Norway. And then we continued with another cases, 30 examples from the Ukraine. So we were left with actually originally 150 cases, but for our analysis, we reduced to 105 because some of the cases excluded or lacked information on some of our conditions, and then we cannot include them in the analysis, or they were not clearly associated with the agriculture, forestry, and aquaculture sectors as source of the bioresource residue. And we gathered information through prior knowledge of the research team, previous research in the region, consultations with stakeholders, and the search by relevant keywords in printed and online media. Also, some of the cases, they were already presented earlier today. They were included in an in-depth study with interviews. So basically what we are doing in this paper is that we're looking into 8 conditions that we can divide into 3 kind of macro conditions. So we're looking into the sectors involved, as I already said, the alpha sectors, agriculture, aquaculture, and forestry, but we also included non-alpha sectors. So like the example I mentioned in the beginning, where then the residue can move from alpha to another sector outside these 3 sectors, or maybe where the non-alpha can be also a bridge sector. We looked into the type of motivation. Here we looked into 2 types of motivation. We looked into the legal, whether the company or the initiative that implemented, the company that implemented this initiative, the circular initiative, did it because of mainly legal reasons, like there was a legislation that required the company to do it, or whether there was an interest in gaining extra revenues. And then we looked at the type of bioresource. We basically here divided between different types of plant-based bioresources and animal-based bioresources. And I have very little time, so I just wanted to show you, like, for example, the picture on the top shows how we coded the data. So that we did with all 8 conditions that we looked into the initiatives with the circular flow of a bioresource residue involving agriculture were calibrated at 1, and the one who didn't were calibrated with 0. What I'm presenting today is just part of the analysis because we're still in work in progress. So I already talked about the research design and the data collection. And what I'm presenting now is something we call a truth table for the QCA, which is the first step of the QCA, which in a way structures our data before we run the full QCA. And here, as I already said, basically we had to code or calibrate in the QCA language our data. And I said we calibrated all 8 conditions. We did this in a very collective process with co-authors. We met physically for doing this. We spent quite some time on this. And that led to something we call a dichotomized raw data table with all 106 cases included. What we immediately saw, which was interesting, is that legal is almost a constant variable, except for 4 cases out of the 106, legal was not mentioned as a requirement for these cases. And we're working now on the analysis of the 4 cases where legal was important. These cases are related to the use of manure and biogas, but in other cases it was not relevant, it was not mentioned as relevant, so it was excluded from the further analysis. And then the truth table, basically, what does a truth table do? It sorts cases with the same configurations of conditions into one row. So we had 7 conditions left and we ran a truth table. And the interesting part, and now I will show you a very unpedagogical slide, but it's just that you understand what this is about. This is the truth table. And the truth table is telling us that we have, actually it's quite complex, we have 28 combinations of conditions implying the one outcome, implying that yes, there was a cross-sectoral flow of bioresources, and also including outcomes where we don't have the cross-sectoral flow of bioresource residues. We have a quite robust model because we have a few contradictions, which means we have, and I highlighted them in yellow, we have some cases where we have the same combination of conditions, but not leading to the same outcome. And many combinations include agriculture as a major alpha sector, basically also related to the background of the countries included in our study where agriculture is a key economic sector. And we have included both. We can see animal and plant-based resources. We have one path that shows the highest number of cases. 22 cases included in this combination of conditions show the same outcome. And it's interesting, I just wanted to show you the 2 first important ones, like the one with the 22 cases is a very Ukrainian example. It includes 10 cases from the Ukraine. While the second one, 11 cases, has just one part from the Ukraine. And the second one is where forestry plays a very important role, which is key in Latvia, Estonia, and also in Norway. While the first example of the 22 cases is related to agriculture and non-AFA sectors. So the preliminary findings show that we have a wide range of plant-based bioresources involved when we talk about the cross-sector flow of bioresource residues. They can be sunflower husks, brewing residues, grain processing waste, residues from starch production, just to mention a few. Interestingly, also, 12 out of 22 cases are related to energy supply when involving non-AFA sectors. Others are mainly going to food industry, like the example I mentioned previously with green people, vegetarian meals, or another example from Estonia, the apple pulp into new food products. In 19 cases, also out of the 22, non-AFA is a bridge sector connecting AFA sectors. And what is really crucial, and Talis mentioned this already this morning in another presentation, and this is something we're working on at the moment to get more interpretation on this, is that non-AFA sectors become an important sector for the cross-sector flow of bioresource residues, implying that it's often not enough to just collaborate across the bio-based sectors, but you need to take a step further and include sectors outside of the maybe usual suspects. So I don't know how much time I used now, but that was basically my presentation. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pia. You're well on time, so no worries about that. Are there any questions from the audience? This is still the time for you to engage in the discussion. just to have a broader input from the audience. So don't be shy. You're most welcome to raise any questions. I don't have any on my own since I have been involved in this part, but there's one by Emils and then also one by Talis. So Emils, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Okay, Zoom is taking its time. Thank you. So what does it mean? Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So far, it just means that we have structured the data and we can see that it's actually quite complex when you talk about the cross-sector flow of bioresource residues. There are many different options that how this is working, but there is one pathway with 22 cases that seems to be one of the dominant pathways. But we are still doing the QCA analysis, which means now the next part will be to reduce to the core conditions. And we are in the process, and the first steps show that it's actually, it seems like that motivation is not really important. It's not really important what kind of bioresource, but the sectors are very important. Which sectors are involved? So we're trying now to, in a way, show these interrelations. But for now, I just showed how it can be structured, the data.
Thank you. And sorry for the question.
No worries. That's
oh, no worries.
And yes, a brief question by Talis.
Yes, indeed, brief. Thank you, Pia. I was a part of your intense discussion here. I occasionally jumped into office, so I understand method-wise you worked with 150 examples, then you worked hard around the table to discuss and calibrate and assign meanings 1 or 0. So how that went, and what from the method perspective, you know, it's both kind of quasi-statistic description of the different initiatives and then your intellectual joint team effort.
Thank you, Talis. I mean, it's more that we decided on a threshold, how in some cases it was very easy. Like you could say, well, is it a plant-based bioresource residue? Is it an animal? It was very easy. In some cases, it was more difficult to decide on a threshold, and that's why we did it in this big group collectively, because of course different researchers had collected data from different countries and knew these cases very well. And of course one of the limitations also in our paper will be that this data was originally collected more for another purpose, and that's why we also couldn't use all 150 cases. And we see, of course, that this leads to some kind of limitations, but still it gives us, it's a unique data set and it's a large data set that will give us some more knowledge on these characteristics of these flows.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pia. Thank you, Talis and Emils, for the questions. And now we'll try to move on to Alexander Christiansen. I'll try to share the slides, so hopefully it works. Okay, I hope you can see now. So just tell me when to move to the next one.
Yeah, then I'm starting and you can hear me.
Yeah, it's fine.
Thank you very much and hello everybody. I'm very sorry for this clumsy start of my presentation, but I'm very pleased to address you all from Oslo today. So my name is Alexander Christiansen and I'm the CEO of Circular Norway. And I was asked to say a little bit about the circularity gap report that Norway carried out a couple of years ago. And I will address that in connection with a little bit of the circular policy landscape in Norway. And at the end, I will say a little bit about the journey we are facing. So please go to the next slide. So Circular Norway, we are an impact organization. We are helping businesses, municipalities, and government in the transition to a circular economy. That means we support the business with developing new business models and circular strategies. We support the municipality in identifying circular opportunities and implement them. And we help the government in the support of policy development. So please move on. And Norway has stated, the Norwegian government has stated that they want to be a front runner in the circular economy. And back in 2021, it was released a national strategy on the circular economy. And just a couple of months ago, the government presented the circular economy action plan. And if you start looking into those two documents, it's pretty much a blueprint of the European Union and the Green Deal and the circular economy action plan. So they are introducing aspect of the taxonomy and the CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, but so far Norway is lagging on and doing what the European Union is doing. So if you move on to the next one, we see that if you're looking at this from the global perspective first, and Norway is a small economy operating in this economy, we know that the consumption of materials is about 100 billion tons a year. And in the last 50 years, it has quadrupled. And we see that if that continues, we will have an extraction of about 184 gigaton by 2050. So where does circularity and the circularity gap sits in this landscape? So please move on. On a global level, the circularity metric is 7.2%. That means 7.2% of the resources the global economy is using every year is coming back to the economy again. And that is the circularity gap. So the share of secondary materials consumed by the global economy has decreased from 9.1% back in 2018 to 7.2% in 2023. So we are talking about a drop of 21% within those 5 years, telling us that things are moving in the wrong direction. Please, next one. And back in 2020, when Circular Norway, together with Circle Economy, released the Circularity Gap Report for Norway, the global economy was 8.6% circular. And at that point, it was released a national report from Austria, telling that Austria was 9.7% circular, and the Dutch economy was 24.5% circular. So it was really, people was very interested in the whole of Norway. What was the current situation for Norway? And it was a lot of curiosity, and we got a lot of media attention on a national level when this report was released. So please, the next one. And when we, back in 2020, the circularity gap for Norway was Norway was 2.4% circular. And that means of the resources that Norway is using every year, only 2.4% makes it back to the economy again. So on the flip side, we are more than 97% linear. Please, next one. And I need to tell you a little bit about the methodology we are using when we are measuring the circularity gap. Because in this situation, we are looking for one metric, not telling everything about the economy, but it gives us a really interesting indication. So first of all, we are looking at what kind of resources we are using, and we are dividing them into fossil fuels, minerals, metals, and biomass. And then we are looking at how much of these resources are we using to satisfy our societal needs, be there housing, communication, mobility, healthcare, etc. And when we know how much we are using, and we know how much that is going back to the economy again, then we are saying something about the circularity metric. And this gives us an opportunity to say start developing strategies in order to become more circular, for example, by using the key element of circularity. Please, the next one. And this slide is a little bit busy, but this is the material footprint of the Norwegian economy, or the X-ray of the Norwegian economy. So this Sankey diagram really shows the metabolism of the Norwegian economy. And we are taking into consideration that Norway is a small open economy with import and export. And the diagram shows how raw materials like minerals in purple, metals in orange, biomass in green, and fossil fuels in blue are used to satisfy our societal needs. As I mentioned, the housing, mobility, healthcare, etc. So please, next one. So if we dive in a little bit more into the detail of this Sankey diagram, we see that the resources we extract domestically is indicated with number 1 here. And the resources that are entering the Norwegian economy from import indicated with 2. They are used to satisfy our societal need. And consequently, a big part of the Norwegian material footprint originates outside Norway. And you also see how the resources are exported. That's number 4 here. And the Norwegian economy is very much fossil-based, so we are extracting a lot of oil and gas, and we are exporting a lot of gas, as indicated with this blue color in the export. So if you're looking at the material footprint for Norway, it's 235 million tons. That means that we have a consumption of about 44 tons per person per year. And this is one of the highest rate of consumptions globally per capita. Limited waste are recycled back into the economy again, and we are building up a very large stock of materials indicated with number 6 here. We are building a lot of houses, infrastructure, cars, boats, etc., etc. And as you see, just a small amount of the material is going back to the economy again. And that is showing us that the Norwegian economy is more or less linear. We are, in fact, 97% linear. When I showed you the circularity metric of Norway, telling that it's 2.4% circular, we have also a lot of other metrics in this Sankey diagram that shows other aspect of the Norwegian economy. So the big question is, how are we becoming more circular? How are we closing the circularity gap? So please move to the next slide. And here we have a little bit funny slide, I see, but the point here is that we have been looking at 6 different what-if scenarios, including construction, clean energy, food system, transportation systems, forestry, and a mixed scenario where we include rental, sharing, and repair models. When we're looking at those individual scenarios for reducing the circularity gap, all of these scenarios improves the circularity, and all of them reduce the material footprint. But the big benefit is when we are combining all these different scenarios within the Norwegian economy. Then we are in a position to lift the circularity to about 45%. But maybe more importantly is that we are reducing the material footprint, and we are really slashing the carbon footprint of the economy. And this is really showing the strength of the circular economy. Please move to the next one. And we are, as I mentioned, a part of these different 6 what-if scenarios was also food systems, for example, where Norway is very rich in natural resources, including aquaculture, fisheries. And in this scenario, we was looking at how to ensure a healthy, localized, balance between animal farming and agriculture, and making sure that biomass related to food system is sustainably and responsibly sourced. So you see that, okay, we can increase the circularity metric from 2.4 to 12.6% within these scenarios, and we are really reducing the material footprint. Next, please. And the same with if we are going to the scenario of forestry and wood production. Norway is a country that are very rich on forest landscape, and Norway is already actively using sustainably forestry. But if we are putting in more effort to ensure sustainable and responsible sourcing and make sure that the flows return to the biosphere, we are in a position to improve the circularity metric and again reducing the material footprint. So please, next one. So if I summarize then, looking at what the government is doing, they are really want Norway to be a front runner within the circular economy. Numbers I showed you is that we are really lagging behind. It needs to be done quite a lot. But a benchmarking process like having a circularity gap metric is really showing the status where we are today, and it can guide us for what we needs to do. And it helps us setting some targets and goals. And what we intend to do is then making an update of this report. How is things progressing? How is things evolving? So we can start evaluating the policies we are putting in place. And of course, this is about becoming more resource efficient and reduce the waste. And it's also about international collaboration and comparing us with other countries. But looking at the Norwegian economy, as I stated, it's a small open economy. We are so dependent on importing resources from Europe and other parts of the world. So when Europe becomes more circular, of course, the Norwegian economy is also becoming more circular. So we need to work on this together. And when we released the circularity gap report for Norway, it really created public awareness. So today, this report are used by the government and ministers. It's used by different consultancy companies, and it's also used by the media in order to create an attention and an awareness of what we need to do in order to progress in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm glad we managed to have the collaborative work here. Thanks a lot for joining and for telling the experience. I think it's very important that we go beyond the academic interest, but also move into the policy domain and see how these things can actually be put to life. So Talis, do you have a question? Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Alexander, for a very interesting paper. As I understand from Norway's circularity report, there is a 2.7 circularity coefficient, and you mentioned also several sectors where that was measured. Do you have this estimate for the green line, for the biomass? Is it the same or is it bigger, the ratio of circularity?
No, so we was looking at some scenarios for example, the food system and the forestry system then. But compared to, we haven't compared the different lines to each other. That is something we probably could do. And I haven't been thinking about that before. So I don't have those figures, but that is something we could compare.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think I had a sort of a bit related question. I was wondering, of course, policy change requires quite a lot of effort. And I was wondering if you're planning to prioritize, like start with one sector or one flow where you can intervene, or is it like a comprehensive intervention in the whole economy? Can you tell a bit more?
Exactly. So the circularity gap report, as we are presented here, that's looking at the whole economy, and of course that's then you're ending up with very aggregated numbers. So a lot of different sectors ask us if we could do a more sector-specific analysis. For example, the construction sector are very interested in that, and in the Netherlands that has been done, sector-specific focus on the construction.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and please keep our company for us until the end of the session. So hopefully you can join the panel debate later on. But I think the last point in your slide on public awareness and engagement was very much the point to lead to the next presentation we have in our program by our colleague from the Vilnius University, Renata Bikoskaite, on the consumer perspective on the circular economy practices, motivations, and challenges. So Renata, please go ahead.
Yes. Hello. I hope Aiste will help me with the PowerPoint slides. Let's wait a little bit. She will share them. Thank you. That's very nice. So today I would like to talk about our research done by interdisciplinary team from Vilnius University. And of course, you can see those who made this research, and of course, I am thankful to our partners from other countries that made respective interviews. So in our work package, we conducted study of consumer perspectives. Aiste, please, next slide. Our research was driven by the question, how do consumers and general public understand their place in the circular economy? And despite the growing attention to circular economy in policymaking and business community, much of existing literature focuses on technological and economical aspects and neglect the consumer and social aspects of circularity. And probably you noticed that from this conference. As a result, the existing approaches have been criticized for reproducing industry-centered perspective that exclude the public from participation in both policymaking and circularity practices. As a result, the Circle project had a work package that was focused on filling that gap in the attempt to understand consumers' place in the circular economy and how the consumers themselves understand it. Conceptually, our goal was not simply to collect empirical data on how consumers view particular products, but also to study the ways in which consumers understand their agency and place in broader economy. We defined three questions of our research. How do consumers engage with circular economy in their behaviors, particularly in relation to bioeconomy? How do they understand the concept of circular economy as it is presented in media, debates, and policy documents? And what are the key drivers and roadblocks to practicing circularity at an individual and household level? So, developing answers to these questions, we found that circular practices are popular among the consumers, and they are already thinking and practicing them in the form of composting, recycling, waste sorting, and management, buying sustainable products, and using various sharing platforms. However, most consumers don't see these as circular practices per se. They see them as common sense approaches to consumption and waste. We also found that in people's mind, the circular economy is associated with such concepts as sustainability, responsible consumption, practical sense, high quality products, good taste, and locally produced food. All of these areas are motivated by care. Respondents mentioned caring about nature, caring about their own health, and health of their family members. Lots of consumers also pointed out responsibility for non-human nature. Consumers also expressed concern about greenwashing and deceptive marketing. We also found that the main source of information of the circular economy include both traditional media and social media. Another social mechanism motivating consumers to practice circularity is family habits and peer pressure. Finally, there were lots of concern about among the consumers about lack of convenient infrastructure. So, how we did arrive at those findings? We conducted 6 to 8 interviews with Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Norwegian, and Ukrainian consumers, and organized focus groups with stakeholders in respective countries, except Ukraine. This was the base of our empirical study, and the study was rather small. When possible, we tried to build on the studies we have already conducted during the earlier circle stages. We employed non-random probability sampling methods, which means that we recruited participants through our social networks and word of mouth. Every effort was made to create a sample that represents diverse age, gender, and educational background groups. Because of rather small sample study, we cannot extrapolate and generalize these findings, but we see them more as giving a general light on what is happening in this area. So each team that conducted the interviews was provided with guiding questions that were then adjusted during the interviews. And those questions were grouped in 4 main categories. First category was consumer awareness of circular economy. Second, factors and values motivating consumer participation in circular economy. Third, barriers to
Renata, I'm sorry, but I think we missed you.
Very diverse people in age, educational background, gender, and so on. And what our findings show, yeah, please, next slide. We found that among the most frequently cited circularity-based practices, the respondents mentioned household waste management, specifically sorting and recycling. This association is likely due to their perception of circular practices as centered around waste reduction, and maybe because of the ongoing public campaign in 3 Baltic states that emphasize a European Union requirement to separate bio-waste in households. Interestingly, consumers often did not consider these practices as a form of participation in circular economy, and this also emphasized the need for effort to raise awareness in this area. Many interviewees were concerned with the proliferation of single-use products. They often spoke about how they avoided purchasing such products altogether. Another related practice focused on limiting packaging. Common among respondents was an interest in buying second-hand items, particularly clothing, but also for furniture. They were also actively engaged in selling or gifting various items as a way to encourage reusing and extending the life of objects. In the context of bioeconomy, respondents discussed their strategies to minimize food waste both within their households and in the restaurants and canteen sector. They felt responsible for consuming all food that had been sourced and prepared for their daily meals. The Ukrainian consumers provided a strong illustration of the challenges posed by ongoing war. This crisis has resulted in extensive destruction of infrastructure, difficulties in procuring replacement parts, soaring prices for energy, food, and other commodities, and limited funds available for public projects. At the same time, war has also created conditions for creative and efficient resource use. Practices like soil restoration using organic fertilizers have witnessed a surge of popularity. What kind of roadblocks we found in our research? The most common roadblock to adopting circularity was a general lack of awareness and confusion over what constitutes circular economy and sustainability. Consumers found it difficult to navigate around the overflow of information and conflicting messaging. They showed the concern with greenwashing. Many consumers state that they do not trust companies and find their marketing claims deceptive. Such a lack of trust extends to product labels, which means that consumers distrust current certification process. Respondents expressed varying opinions on labeling of circular products. Some expressed concerns that a label marking products produced circularity may repeat problems related to ecological certifications, that they will be not very trustful. So the high cost of sustainable products, including circular products, was another significant area of concern, as many respondents highlighted affordability as major barrier to adopting circularity. Related to issues of affordability was also concerned with the quality of sustainable products. For instance, some biodegradable bags may not perform as well as plastic bags. The question that some consumers raised is why one should pay more for lower quality. So consumers also spoke about how difficult it is to break unsustainable habits and routines. They pointed out that the convenience of non-sustainable practices makes the transition to circular practices even more challenging. Activities such as repairing, reusing, repurposing, upcycling, and others require skills, additional resources such as spare parts, other materials that can be difficult to come by, and also it requires more time on the part of consumer. A notable number of respondents expressed dissatisfaction with government efforts. Several pointed to the absence of necessary infrastructure as a significant roadblock. Issues mentioned range from simple lack of bins for waste separation to insufficient capacities of waste processing plants. So, what about motivation? What motivates people to engage in those circular and sustainable practices? What especially interested us was how central care was in the motivation to engage in circular practices. Consumer links circular products to family values by associating green products with quality, safety, and environmental friendliness. This includes caring for their family by providing them with healthy foods, cleaning products, and other items, even though these products often come of premium price. They are motivated by their concern that future generations should not inherit environmental issues. One of the most frequently cited motivating factors for respondents to change their consumption practices is their concern about waste resulting from overconsumption and overuse of single-use products. In the Baltic states and Ukraine that have lived through socialism and the related shortages, there was discussion about how important it is not to be wasteful and emphasis on the consumption of whole product. Yeah. Another important driver of adopting circular practices is feeling of personal responsibility and caring for the environment and future generations. In Lithuania, for instance, all interviewees emphasize their sense of responsibility for the environment stemming from their direct experiences of the negative impact of human activities. In the interviews, we can trace that feeling of empathy for non-human nature or concern over the wastefulness of the current systems. As I have mentioned earlier, another social mechanism motivating consumers to practice circularity is family habits and peer pressure. When individuals witness their close friends and family engaging in various household-based circular practices, they are more inclined to learn from these behaviors. And center for interviews were values of empathy and care for humanity, along with concerns for justice and the feeling that future generations have just as much right to live in a clean and healthy environment as we do. The respondents recognize that their choices and actions taken today will have lasting repercussions for those who will come after. So, this what we found in our study of looking into consumers' perspective. Despite variation in the levels of awareness among the respondents, our findings show that consumers practice circularity, irrespective of their familiarity with the term circular economy. From composting and recycling to waste sorting and volunteering, individuals who actively engage in practices that align with circular principles. We also realized how much potential is there to ground to current policy making in these already existing concerns about consumers. But maybe that's for other next project to implement. Okay, thank you for your attention. And I guess if you have questions, you have 2 minutes to ask them.
Thank you, Renata. Very, very interesting and engaging presentation. I think we need this extra perspective from the consumer side, which can be challenging to explore, but I think it's nice that we have this effort. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. We still have some time. If not, meanwhile, I was just thinking of, can you give some examples of the practices, how regular people might engage in this circular use of bioresources? I have two examples on the top of my mind. One is that people who get eggs from farms, they keep the eggshells and then give them back to the farms for chicken feed. That was one example, and the other I had in mind was saving avocado pits, or the internal hard part of the avocado, and then using it to make facial scrubs. So just did you come across any other interesting examples that you could mention?
I don't know if it's an interesting example, but at least Lithuanian interviewees were concerned, especially those who are living in the cities, that they don't have possibility to sort this bio waste. Yeah, they have to throw bio waste with regular waste. So because in Lithuania we don't have that kind of system yet. At least it's only now in this implementation stage, I guess. And there as well, I don't remember now if it was from those interviews, but as well, second interesting example, when people share food they don't use by themselves, you know, those application apps that allow that kind of possibility. And as I know, in Lithuania already we have such app, but how well it works, I cannot tell you. So those may be examples where those citizens, regular people can engage in bio waste, circularity, and so on.
Thanks a lot. I think these examples and your response also showed to the different ways how these initiatives can emerge. It can be on an individual level, but it can be community level, but it can also be top down and from the regulators. So I think there's quite a lot of potential for engaging citizens in this type of activities. So I think there's a lot of opportunities out there for that. So thank you for sharing these insights. And now we move to the last but not least presenter of this conference, Jostein Brovak, again, a nice colleague of ours in the Circle project from Ruralis. And Jostein will talk about the circular economy initiatives and practices in the Baltic-Nordic region, excerpts from the Circle project's policy briefs. So Jostein, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. I'll go ahead and see if I can share my presentation here. So the first slide is okay, I guess?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, as introduced, I'm going to talk about the policy briefs that we have been working on and have promised as a delivery in the Circle project. And I've taken a few excerpts from the text and the application here to sort of illustrate what this is about. So this task that I have been coordinating or is coordinating now consists of a delivery of in total 5 policy briefs, and this is described as we're going to elaborate the policy and practice recommendations for supporting business models and collaborative governance towards trying to opt for increased circularity in the economies. The policy briefs should be produced based on results from scenario workshops that will feed into the elaboration of policy and practice recommendations. But these scenario workshops are not the only source of data that goes into these policy briefs, and I'm not the only one working on it either. So these 5 policy briefs have had in total 5 different lead authors or coordinators for each of them, and I'm coordinated overall the totality of the policy briefs, and the style and publication, etc. I will address towards the end of my talk. Excuse me. So, as I said, the scenario workshop results, well, national scenario workshops in each of the countries have been feeding into the policy briefs, but in reality, since production of policy briefs comes now towards the end of the project period, data from all activities in these years are sort of feeding into these policy briefs, not as comprehensive summaries, but as focused lessons learned and take-home messages for different areas. So everything we have worked on fairly chronologically these years are feeding into these policy briefs, as I said, now towards the end. And as have been addressed throughout this day, the data is media analysis. We have looked at 150 cases, and we have done 12 in-depth case studies with interviews. There's a taxonomy of all the various circular initiatives in these countries, consumer interviews, both stakeholder workshops and these scenario workshops, and literature and document studies, etc., etc. So it's a lot of data that sort of has been feeding into these policy briefs and sort of creates a background and the backbone for these policy briefs. There are, as I said, 5 of them. We had an internal discussion about which topics should be addressed in each policy briefs, and we landed on these main areas that also, to some extent, have been main areas in the working packages we have been addressing throughout the project period. So the first policy brief addresses the research funders in each country to see what goes on there and which grants are being done, etc., and what the calls in each country say, and if there are any focus in our direction. And then there are the businesses in the AFA sectors. We have looked more detailed into the AFA sectors just to say a little bit about that. Agriculture, forestry, and aquaculture, if you haven't sort of realized that until now today. Something also towards policymakers, which means the public sector, politicians, and overall authorities. And then the consumer perspectives that we just recently heard of in the last presentation, very nice. And then also on the intersection between various sectors, such as research funding, the R&D sector, academia, and then the industry businesses in the private sector, see what's going on there. The policy briefs will look something like the copies I have on the right side of the slide, and they will be maximum 4 pages long, all of them, and prepared as digital documents as a basis or as a basic. So in my following slides, I will go through some of the main points from all these policy brief areas. These are not sort of reflecting everything that's in the specific policy brief. It's not a sort of prioritized list of bullet points either, but these are excerpts, so you can sort of get an understanding of the format and how we address various lessons learned in all these areas. And as I said again, these are excerpts I've done based on the lead authors of each policy brief. So a big thank you to those. And I hope in my presentation now reflects what they have delivered as documentation on beforehand. So when looking at the research funders, these are sort of overall findings and overall responses from involved stakeholders. And so these are general recommendations for all the countries involved in the Circle project. So a main point to address in this area, and that could be broadened to other areas also, is that if governments are serious about their sustainability and circularity goals, which the different governments are stating to some degree or other, and which is also stated goals on the EU level, the government should align priorities of national funding programs with the goal of achieving sustainable and circular bioeconomies. This is, as I said, explicit in EU level funding at the moment. It's less pronounced in partner countries in the Circle project. There are variabilities, but it's less pronounced, and it should be prioritized more, because the R&D sector or the research sector with national funding programs should address circularity more to help governments reach their stated goals. Governments ought also to facilitate and promote, encourage interdisciplinarity in these calls and in the programs they fund, research programs they fund, because interdisciplinarity we have found in the Circle project is a key to promote this, and also to gain progress in achieving circularity in the economy. Governments should also create platforms to share best practices and methodologies align these interdisciplinarity and sort of sharing ideas and sharing ideals linked to promoting circularity. And then if we move on to the business sector, where we have looked at the various circular business initiatives and studies of business models. Policymakers should fund projects and initiatives that bring together supply chain actors sharing the interest in dealing with bioresource, bioproducts, and residues. The best solutions often come from networks and collaboration, as we have both found and demonstrated in the Circle project. Networks or clusters can spread risk and create change in an entire value chain. And if only addressing single actors or single businesses or funding single businesses in their strive for more circularity, there is a lower chance of changing something along an entire value chain. So think in networks and clusters, and act as a sort of a matchmaker between actors within either the same industry or the same sector or along the same value chain that opts for the same, namely increased circularity, resource efficient use, etc. Entrepreneurs should apply knowledge on circularity and use closed bioresource loops or something close to closed loops to improve the resilience of their enterprises. This can in many instances be a win-win, because if you think along the lines of waste being valorized into useful input factors, this can have also a positive outcome both for environment, sustainability, but also for business economies. So circular solutions can mitigate threats posed by ongoing global threats and crises, for instance. And it's more important to utilize bioresources, side streams, waste streams, when access to and cost of bioresources are volatile, as we have seen in the last few years, both with the pandemic and now the cascading effects of the war in Ukraine. And then if you move to policy brief number 3, addressing the political level and policymakers, public sector, etc. An important message is that governments on several levels is an important catalyst for moving circular developments forward. And by focusing their decisions more in that direction, governments can help create a greater deal of transition in the value chains by, for instance, applying a more dedicated use of policy instruments such as taxes and subsidies, regulation of sectors, market regulations, for instance, added requirement for industries, etc. In light of trying to obtain increased circularity in the economy. Many examples have come to the table, particularly from the in-depth interviews with single businesses, and also in the workshops and the interviews with the consumers. A lot of thoughts and good ideas have come from that. For instance, more thorough use of tax breaks for circular products and services. Even though it's not strictly part of the AFA sector, cutting VAT on second-hand products, second-hand businesses, second-hand clothing stores, for instance. That's one example that came up over and over again in all the participating countries. Investment support for circular business initiatives is important because they are often high risk, and it's difficult to think that small or separate startups or small group of startups should carry all the risk of trying to break through with circularity and new innovations alone. So they need support. Penalize waste creation or on the other hand, support waste reduction are also examples. And private-public partnerships and also decisions that engage in long-term commitments, both committing the public sector and the private sector, is something we strongly advise based on the studies in Circle. Also, the public sector can help create market or improve market situation for startups and also more established producers of circular services and products through, for instance, public procurement, etc. So this is a big power that the public sector sits on, and they can utilize that more in the direction of enhanced or increased circularity in the economy. And then number 4, consumers, as we recently heard about. So the majority of the consumers are positive to increase circularity, is what we heard in the most recent presentation also, and I want to reiterate that now. Even though they are not specifying their activity as circular, a lot of consumers already engage in activities that could be labeled circular, and they want to contribute with more. But in many examples, there is a lack of opportunity to participate more because of lack of labeling, lack of infrastructure, lack of support for those who try to produce products and services that are circular, and some of them end up as being more costly, which is negative for engaging in quite large consumer groups also. So the labeling of circular products maybe it should become mandatory. At least requirements for labeling should be improved in order to boost trust among and awareness among consumers, for instance. We heard also about the recycling infrastructure and sorting infrastructure. The politicians and the public sector can improve consumer performance and ease by supporting or even building infrastructures that make circular activities more feasible and more user-friendly, increase accessibility. And then maybe also comprehensive national campaigns to promote consumer awareness about circular practices is something that should be considered. Including sharing platforms, use modern media, social media to portray state-of-the-art knowledge and opportunities among consumers, for instance. And then the last one, policy brief with the intersection between the sectors, as I said, the research industry, public sector, politicians, research funders. A couple of bullet points from that policy brief also. One should expand the scope and availability of existing support mechanisms for the commercialization of scientific results. the main words here, I think, is that various support mechanisms today they exist, but the funding is quite limited, and the time perspective is also fairly limited. So we need more funding. Everyone wants that, of course, but if governments are serious about these circularity goals, as I've mentioned before, one should actually fund activities that point in that direction, both with startups, innovation, and more basic research. And the time perspective of various projects and support schemes should also be stretched. I think a three-year funding period for a project or for an industry development, that's too short if it ends after 3 years. I think we need more time to grow circularity more gradually. And also improve and increase public finance support programs for circular business companies. So again, it's all about helping the private sector or the actors outside academia, which can apply for research grants to help businesses and private sector actors to reduce risk because they cannot bear all that risk by themselves. Commercial banks are often conservative when they grant loans, and there are commercial actors that evaluate risk. So if a sector is considered high risk and with too little support from the public sector, for instance, commercial banks are also reluctant to take on the extra risk, I expect. So that's a brief cycle through these 5 policy brief areas, and the main sort of message is that all these briefs will be finalized both in words and in summaries and in the layout and published on the Circle website by the end of April, the latest, when this project finishes, and they will be in the format of downloadable PDFs, and will have more information on both further reading and literature and the authors, etc. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jostein. I think this was a nice roundup following all the discussions and the presentations we had over this long day. Maybe one provocative question on my part, before we launch into the panel debate. If you had to make a recommendation for ourselves as researchers after the project, what would that be?
Well, I've been thinking about all the other actors and stakeholders that I haven't been thinking about us that much. Maybe something along the lines of increased awareness. I think a lot of the stories we have come across now, consumer stories, startup stories, business initiative stories with our case studies, I think a lot of it is highly advanced and they've come a long way, but the public are not aware of it. So maybe PR work or media work, try to engage in interviews and write chronicles, etc. So dissemination in each of the 4 countries might be what is lacking at the moment and what we can do quite easily, perhaps.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, and now I'll pass the floor to my colleague, Grivins. I'm sorry I didn't congratulate you on your birthday in the morning. I hope you had some time or will have some time to celebrate, but before that, there is still some job to do. So Mikelis will lead a brief panel debate of some 20 minutes with the speakers of the afternoon session. I think we have Raimonda, Reelika, Alexander, Renata, Pia, and Jostein on board. So Mikelis, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I think the stress in your sentence was on the word brief, because we are already past the envisioned timeline, but I will try to use the time as best as I can. So first of all, thank you for the very inspiring presentations. And I think one thing that we learned from your presentations is that there are so many different pathways for how to create impact and where we can search for promising examples. And maybe knowing that Pia has to rush to the airport, I will open this panel with a question to you that I will later address to everybody else as well. So we have been hearing, Jostein was talking about policies, and we have been hearing about consumers, about awareness raising. You have been stressing that sectors are important, and we should look more into what's happening within sectors. Technologies were stressed also in Ukraine. They were talking about how they are trying to build new plants. So how do you think, which is the most promising way that we should go to facilitate a circular use of bioresources?
Do you mean the question like broad, or do you mean the question like where to go technology-wise, financial-wise?
I think broad, sort of, we have all these strands, and sort of each presentation seemed to be stressing something a little bit different. So which is, if people are going home and just think like this is the things that will change the future, so which of these aspects is this?
Yeah, well, I don't think there's one silver bullet in a way, but that's part of the interdisciplinary research we did, that all these perspectives are needed. Like, we know now what the consumers know, what the consumers need in order to become more circular. We know that there are certain sectors we need to involve. We know there's a lack of finance that needs to be addressed. So we need a kind of framework, which would be maybe the next step now after this project, to put it all even more together. I mean, we have it in the policy briefs, but everything is in a way interrelated and needs to be addressed, because if we have additional finance but no one is using these products, we will have a problem. If the sectors are not collaborating, we will have a problem. So I think that's really relevant. And I also wanted to say, regarding finance, one way is also to look more into alternative finance options, because circular economy and circular practices fall under sustainable entrepreneurship. And as Jostein already mentioned, it is a problem with traditional ways of finance, like banks, to get sustainable projects, finance which have a different value in addition to profit, the economic value. So it could be also interesting to look more into which other ways we have. For example, crowdfunding, in terms of equity crowdfunding, loan-based crowdfunding is also an opportunity. So that would be also interesting to look more into, alternative ways of financing. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. So I wish you, if you are running right now, a pleasant flight back home. If you are here, we of course will enjoy your company and we'll ask additional questions later on. But now, maybe since Pia sort of passed the ball to Jostein. Jostein, Pia mentioned these alternatives ways of funding. So do we really need to look for new ways how we fund these initiatives, or are the old ways sufficient?
Well, if private actors get help to either reduce risk or have sort of a funding partner, or have investment support with the sort of reduced requirements for paybacks or market success, then I think conventional funding channels such as commercial banks can be sufficient. But if we learn from other sort of bioeconomy, circular economy, or alternative societal changes, one thing that's new in the last at least decade is crowdfunding finance and people's finance, etc. There are platforms and apps for this. So if the commercial banks and partly the public sector is not willing to take on high risk investments, maybe the public with the tiny shares and a lot of idealists might be an investment or a finance source for circular initiatives.
Yeah, I think that the challenge is that just recently, I think there was an additional follow-up on Paris Agreement on how finance sector is following up on that. And then it seemed that they are dropping their pledge to actually rethink the way how they award funds. But I saw that, Alexander, that you pointed the finger, and I assume that sort of my interpretation is that you are willing to jump in with that.
Yeah, just building on what's been said on the finance. We've been working with the finance sectors in Norway the last year with the big banks, and there is a very big need to develop competence. So they are in the position to develop their services and products that suits future circular business models. And of course, then they need to understand what's the linear risks of the current practice, but also understand the risks of these new circular business models. And what we really see also is that the lack of direction from the government, then it was mentioned here when it comes to this policy making, that it was an emphasis on public procurement. But as long as the public procurement in Norway is more or less linear, it doesn't set a direction. Because the finance industry needs to create some trust that this is the direction the government really wants us to walk in order to steer and allocate the money in the right direction. So really support that policy making of having the public spending into the circular economies, we creating that trust, because then the finance industry will start following.
Okay, thank you. So I would love to continue this debate with Norwegian partners, but it's been a line of three people from Norway. So maybe let's switch up countries a little. And I'm quite confident, Albert, that you have something to add either on business side, on finance side, or on do we need really circular business models to facilitate shift in way how we use resources?
My answer maybe will be in two parts. Generally, I think it's very essential that we have circular business models if we want to become more circular, because with linear business models, it's hardly possible to, actually impossible to be circular. My first part, I will answer like a very old school economist. We simply should levy taxes on the use or extraction of virgin resources, and it will promote us to be circular. Because one aspect why we are so linear is that virgin resources are quite cheap. So they are cheap, and we have no economic stimulus to become circular. On the second part, not so old school will be if we look at these new initiatives, actually not only, but regulatory, actually it's new regulations of sustainability and especially EU taxonomy. There is a little bit different way how to promote circularity, not only circularity, also other environmental objectives. On this pathway is that we are introducing this principle of the technical screening criteria, and one aspect is if a company is not sufficiently circular, activities of this company cannot be qualified, do not qualify as circular, and thus company risks with access to finance, including bank loans, and risk with that company will have problems to take part in global supply chains. This is new approach by EU. So we at the moment we don't know how it will work, because it's a long-term project. But as I understand, the European Commission hopes that this approach will work, and the economy will become more circular, and not only circular, but including circular and more sustainable and more greener.
Okay, thank you. Now to switch it up a little, let's move a country, a discipline, and a perspective. So Renata, you already I saw that you unmuted yourself. So you were talking about the consumer. So from your perspective, what would you stress are the most promising areas where you see the changes coming?
It's difficult to tell, because you know that I'm coming from environmental philosophy, yeah, and environmental philosophy, especially environmental ethics, stresses transformation in our understanding, how we see ourselves in this world, yeah. And till we won't see ourselves inside of this loop, but outside of this loop, yeah, probably there will be no changes, yeah. So me as environmental philosopher, I only would would go for the, I don't know, education, awareness rising, I don't know, telling people why it is important to use those resources carefully and establish, I don't know, ethical relationship with those resources, but because those resources are not only things, material, non-living things, yeah. Resources are as well living creatures, like those, I don't know, fishes, like animals, and so on, yeah. So probably we need to change our point of view, how we see those resources. How you can do that in mass? I don't know. Yeah, like individuals probably you can do it more environmental philosophy, but yeah, education, probably only education that starts very early and that stresses, you know, on our relationship, ethical relationship, not only with human beings but as well with all others, yeah, living and non-living entities. That's all from my side.
Thank you. So a lot of structural factors we already have listed. Rätsep, sorry, I would love you to answer the same question, but I thought that if you don't feel comfortable, then I have a new question for you. And that being, you talked about very specific solutions and very specific examples. And I wonder, where do you look at what is the most promising new thing that that could be described as a game changer or sort of very promising technology introducing new ways how we look at circular solutions?
That's a tricky question. I think
you can answer to the previous question if you feel better with that.
Yeah, I totally agree with Renata that the concept how we see ourselves in the world, it's very important. And I know that I'm sure that most of the people, they like the nature and they like this being green and do good things for the world, but still it can be seen that a lot of people have been going far from the nature. They like the nature on the picture and see animal videos and everything, but the actual relationship with this good attitude or how to behave and how be part of the world, not humans and animals, just to feel the perfect a member of the society. So the acceptance of ourselves, acceptance of other people, and acceptance of change of the paradigms, because we know that from the previous decades, the changes are very hard to come. People are not very eager to change their minds too quickly. It's not overnight. It takes some time, and as Renata also said, it should start very early to make the changes for the adults. We should start from the kindergarten.
Okay, so it's not only about restructuring the system, but also our thinking, and also not just about circular, but about nature in general.
Yeah, we should show and see the whole picture, not starting from piece to piece, but the whole picture is important. Yeah.
Great. And so I think we have just one person who gave presentation who hasn't not yet expressed her opinion, Raimonda. And I wonder if I mix up it even a little bit more. So everybody else gave most promising or most pressing things that we should think about. Maybe if you could think about the most scary thing or the things that could force us to do, well, not follow circular paths and introduce something completely different and then maybe not so responsible. Where do you see the major threats are coming?
Wow, good question. Actually, the thing that comes to my mind is that, yeah, we talk a lot about these circular solutions, but as for someone who has a background in environmental science, I think it's very important to not just do something for the sake of circularity, but think more holistically and broader on the system, not only on the aspect that, for example, we use bioresource, but also on what are the other impacts that are being created, and if there is something hidden that we don't see, for example, in terms of energy use, water use in the production of these circular products. So therefore, I think it's very important to see the bigger picture and kind of to make a meaningful process and transition to circularity, because I think in the past there has been many kind of circular processes or products being put on the market, but then we have these greenwashing issues that actually show that those products are not as sustainable as we think they are. So I would say that we have to have our eyes wide open and think broader.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right that we should keep a critical perspective on everything that's going on and keep following, making sure that these are the best choices that we are adopting. I think as I said, our debate had to be short. If anybody else have something to add now, please do. If no, then thank you for your answers. These were really interesting to me. I hope that everybody else enjoyed them as well. And I give floor back to Anda. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Mikelis. I think that was a very nice roundup of the discussion. I think this is it. I think we have managed it very nicely to go through the very different topics, but hopefully having the joint thread throughout all the presentations. I'm happy for this event. I think it was, at least the initial idea was that we don't just keep within the circle, but a bit expanded, and I think that added value both to Circle colleagues, but also hopefully to the audience. So I'm very, very thankful both to the Circle contributors, but also to the invited speakers. We really appreciate your contribution and to this debate. Before we close this meeting, I just wanted to give the last word to Talis Tisenkopfs as the manager of the projects to
Thank you, Anda. Shared happiness is even bigger happiness. That was a great day and success of the conference, and we demonstrated value of interdisciplinary research in terms of complementarity of perspectives, insights, and papers, and that was great. And I also want to thank all the presenters and participants for their presence. I also want to thank the funding agency, which is Baltic Research Program, funded from Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway grants. I want to thank all the Circle team and the five partner organizations, Baltic Studies Center, Ruralis, EMU, ARE, and Vilnius University. And in particular, I want to thank Anda for excellent management of the conference, and Mix, who is behind the screen. Can you at least wave? Show yourself. Great. And you are Jubilee also today. You have also birthday, and congratulations and good wishes. Yes, and now back to Anda for the closure.
Yeah, we're right on track. 2 minutes before the planned ending. I think we end here. Thanks again. Please follow us on the website and on the Twitter, and there will be the policy briefs will still be uploaded by the end of April. So please follow us, and thanks again. And the recording will be made available afterwards on the BSc YouTube channel. So in case you want to share it or want to return to some of the presentations of the day, then please use this opportunity. Otherwise, thanks a lot and have a nice evening. Thank you. Bye.